182nd ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel. 182nd ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
What's up, gamers? How we all doing today? You know what time it is. It's time for the news. Virus's belly is growling like demons. Unspecified names. I hope everyone's doing well today. Hope everyone's doing well. We're gonna hop right into the news and get started with it. Boop. Pick the right thing, and then we will hop in and get to going. We got a good amount to cover. Good amount to cover. Old boob tube out here. Make sure that the volume is...
You got more of the banks trying to do bank things.
If you've tried to buy a game on Steam recently, you might have seen this message. Valve has announced the removal.
All right. Banks are trying to do bank things. You heard it.
You got more of the banks trying to do bank things.
Yeah, the banks are trying to do bank things.
If you've tried to buy a game on Steam recently, you might have seen this message. Valve has announced the removal of PayPal as a payment option in many countries.
Wow.
This is not a bug or a mistake. It's part of a bigger problem. The biggest question is, why is this only happening in certain countries? Now, you might remember 1 month ago when we first talked about the collective shout, Steam adding a new rule, and the mass removal of games, that it seemed like PayPal was involved.
Wow.
This is because right at that same time,
happened?
it seemingly stopped working. It was unknown if this was some bug, a coincidence, or actually related to the situation. Now, when you try to use PayPal in an unavailable country, you get this official statement from Valve. Steam stated in early July 2025, PayPal notified Valve that the requiring bank for payment transactions in certain currencies was immediately terminating the process of any transactions related to Steam. This is important.
That's good.
Oh, what's the bank? What's the bank that did that?
That's lovely.
Uh-oh.
Because an acquiring bank is the bank that handles payments on a company's side. Think of it as the bank that collects the money for Steam.
Atlas,
they go on to say this affects currencies other than...
How we all doing? Welcome in, Lush. Congratulations on being first. Thank you for the lurk, Atlas. All right, I guess I'll just wait.
Channel points are on sale for 16 seconds. Fire sale.
So I guess I'll wait. You guys get the spam out of your fingers. Spam out of there. Are we ready? Nope, we're not ready. Thank you for the double lurk. Atlas, thank you for the double lurk. All right, let's get back into why PayPal is not able to be used on Steam in certain countries now.
Canadian dollar, British pound, Japanese yen, Australian dollar, and the United States dollar.
Yeah, so they're trying to exercise this soft power that they have in countries that aren't well regulated in order to try to put pressure on Steam to do what they want. That's what it seems like is happening.
Lovely.
Means that for every other currency in the world, PayPal is no longer a payment option to buy Steam games. They continue by saying, we hope to offer PayPal as an option for these currencies in the future, but the timeline is uncertain. We're also evaluating adding...
You can only use Europe, Canada, Great British Pounds, Japan Yen, Australian dollar, and the US dollar. Europe, Canadian, Great Britain, Japan, Australia, and US dollars. Good luck, everyone else, I guess. That's screwed.
Additional payment methods on Steam for the customers affected by this. In the meantime, please use one of our other current payment methods during checkout. If you can't use any of the available options, you can consider using a Steam wallet code to add funds to your account. This confirms that they are actively trying to fix a problem that they did not create. But this statement also leaves us with a massive question. If the problem is with Steam's content, why would the bank only care about certain currencies? Why is PayPal still working?
It's because they can only control those currencies. That's why they're not controlling the larger international currencies like CAD, USD, and euros. But they can exercise this in smaller countries that don't have the same level of legislation. That's why.
Perfectly fine in big markets like the US and the EU. One person on Reddit decided to call PayPal's customer service in Poland to get an answer. The lady insisted I contact Steam because they were the ones who pulled the plug because Steam prefers customers to use their balance. When the user read the official Steam message to the rep, she became irritated and hung up. Does this sound familiar? Because it should. This is the same thing we saw with MasterCard and Visa.
These people need to get audited. That's what they need to do. The government's got to come in and audit them and figure out like who's doing this.
Yep. And then
Big
they're
time.
going to get destroyed.
Just go through discovery, subpoena all the data, all of the different call logs, all of the different transactions, communication, and just figure this out. It would take like 5 seconds to figure this out.
Yep.
Those companies put pressure on Steam, they then publicly denied it. So Valve had to be the one to tell the public the truth. It's clear that PayPal is now doing the same thing, blaming Steam to avoid talking about their own actions. When you put all the facts together,
of course they are. Why would we want to talk about our actions when we could just point our finger in the other direction? It's a Spider-Man meme.
Shows a clear connection. This is a bigger plan to control what people can and can't buy online.
That's right. Yeah, the banks are trying to create a monopoly on currency and a monopoly on trade in order to force certain viewpoints and ideologies into the mainstream that the public isn't accepting. And I think this goes beyond viewpoints and ideologies. It goes into culture, it goes into values, and it goes into everything. That's what they're doing. They're doing that intentionally, and they're trying to push it. They've been doing this for a long time. And you should don't let them do it. No, there's no reason to let them do it. I mean, you should have laws that regulate this and prevent it from happening. And yeah, it's insane. Money's a great start to control. Yeah, if you can control the money, you can do that. How did all these?
If you can control the money, you can control the masses.
Ideal push.
We're cooked.
Pushing fascists get into power because who do you think goes after power? People with ideals that want to push it.
Situation, it all began with an activist group asking payment companies to stop handling payments for games with sexually explicit content. MasterCard and Visa were some of the first to act, which led to Steam's new rule. MasterCard denied doing this, but Valve's statement proved they were the ones responsible. At that exact same time, the game store itch.io had its payment services.
And it's also like, I immediately believe Valve because they've done this with other people too. They've debanked multiple other groups of people. They've debanked organizations. This is very common that they do this. And they've even, I think a Japanese person at Visa even said that they did it to protect their brand. So, I mean, they've said they did this. They've done it in the past. I mean, this is a pattern of behavior at this point.
Stripe removed. Stripe's statement was clear, saying it couldn't support this kind of content because of its banking partners. This proves that these banks and payment companies are indeed the ones stopping the payments.
And again, like if you were the government, like and you could control this, you could figure this out instantly, right? Like you say, who isn't? Okay, well then they're the ones that are the problem.
Now we have the exact same thing happening with PayPal. A bank on PayPal's side has ended its agreement with Steam. The fact that all these events happened at the same time makes it impossible to think that this is just some wild coincidence. Now, you might be wondering, why was PayPal only removed for some countries? They start by making changes in smaller markets with fewer legal protections. This allows them to test their power and put pressure on companies without risking their biggest markets like the US and the EU. This strategy is meant to force companies like Valve to agree to their demands everywhere without a major fight. The good news is that Valve is not giving up. Their statement that they're actively looking for new payment methods for affected customers is a big sign that they are fighting for gamers and will not be pushed around by these companies, although they sort of have to right now.
Well, they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to work with them to an extent, right? I mean, like it's an extent. But I think that these companies are doing it on purpose. And I think that, again, there needs to be a investigation, like an antitrust lawsuit about this that puts all of these communications into discovery for the courts. I think that's what needs to happen. That's what hasn't happened yet, and it's a huge problem that it hasn't. If it does, I would be so happy, because that's really where we're waiting.
PayPal ban is not a bug. Whether it's the banks, card networks, payment processors, they all try to deny any of this is happening. But there is a clear history, not just with Steam, but for all kinds of reasons. It's getting so big that we have the Japanese government and even Donald Trump stepping in to stop this from happening by signing a new executive order.
You want us to buy back PayPal? No, you don't understand. Like, it's great to have somebody like Elon Musk that's doing this in a way that is beneficial, that you and I agree with, but ultimately, a good billionaire in charge of a situation is still a problematic situation, period. It's not like it automatically makes the situation good. It just makes it palatable in the meantime.
True.
Like, nobody lives forever. I mean, I don't know, at least so far. And so the problem is that you can't rely on good actors. If you could just rely on good actors, we wouldn't need any laws.
Right.
You need to have rules.
Fair banking for all Americans. We even got a statement from the chairman of the FDIC mentioning how they are going to be adding a new rule, so these financial companies have to stop using reputational risk as a reason to deny business.
Easy.
So now we have
See how fucking easy that is? All you do is you make it a law. Problem solved.
Card trying to remove service on Steam through their acquiring banks, PayPal removing service on Steam for a bunch of countries because of their acquiring banks, and Stripe removing service on itch because of their banking partners. So this is clearly a massive problem that needs to be fixed. In 6 months, though, the government will officially have a strategy on stopping this from happening, which could include new laws and regulations, but obviously this might not help everyone around the world, like what we are seeing with PayPal removing service in select countries. The best part about this new statement, though, is that Valve officially confirms that they are working on new payment methods methods, especially for the affected countries. We have joked about the idea of Valve Pay, but Valve joining the payment space to avoid these problems really doesn't seem like a stretch anymore. Around 20
I think that a lot of people want to have a payment processor that's a payment processor. Not a sensor, not a method of control, just a processor that processes payments. It's literally that simple.
Yep.
12 to 2013, Valve became
nobody
concerned
wants this.
that Microsoft's new Windows 8 and its App Store model could threaten Steam's dominance.
Windows 8, not a good time.
PC gaming. This worry directly
Windows
led
8 was not a good time.
Is number 1? Oh my god. Holy shit, can you believe that?
Gaming. This worry directly led Valve to create
That's crazy. Uma Musume is the #1 top-selling game. Most played is Counter-Strike 2.
Gaming. This worry directly led Valve to create its own operating system, SteamOS, to reduce its reliance on Windows. Which anyone who knows about SteamOS now, it outperforms Windows on gaming benchmarks. With this being such a big issue, that clearly shows how these companies like Steam heavily rely on these payment companies, and Gabe Newell loving to be a game changer from his deep-sea marine research to his neuroscience brain implant company, I wouldn't put it past them to try to make a solution. We also can't forget Elon Musk, who is aware of the Steam censorship and has mentioned he is working on XPay. So this is a problem that we are dealing with right now. But
that'll be crazy.
It's like having Elon Musk do it would be great, right? But at the end of the day, that's still one person, right? You've got to have more to it than just that. I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but yeah, it's literally just that simple. But for some people, they don't really get it.
Be fixed soon. Do you think we can see Rule 15 removed from Steam by next year?
Yo, what's up, guys? We're in Dallas, Texas today.
Yeah, I mean, there it is, and Elon will stop them. You know, I mean, I think that really the problem is not exactly Elon. It's not like
if you've tried to buy a game on Steam,
you can solve a symptom by replacing it with a better symptom, but at the end of the day, you still have the same problem.
Right.
You really see that, like, you get the point, right? Is like, just because you have a positive.
If you have a new system, it's still going to happen eventually. They're just going to start cutting back, and eating into everything.
Disease, it's still a disease. You don't want to have any diseases. Like, you don't want to have this weapon be usable by anyone.
Nope.
That's the issue. Is that you can't have this weapon exist, period. Now, obviously, the next best thing is to have it be used by somebody that we agree with or we're aligned with, right? Which I think Elon on these issues, I am pretty much completely aligned with him on these issues. I think most people are. And yeah, wasn't Elon the early founder of PayPal? I think he was. Yeah, he was. And so, like, but what he did with PayPal in like 1999 isn't today, right? I don't believe Elon at all, to be honest. Why? I mean, Elon clearly followed through with what he promised with Twitter. He did. He unbanned Alex Jones. He unbanned Nick Fuentes. He unbanned Donald Trump. He basically enforced freedom of speech. He did it. He delivered. Like, he said he was going to do the thing. He did the thing. That's it. And so, yeah, I would fucking believe him. So, and also, like, by the way, like, he would, why wouldn't he want to do that? Like, it's another method of him having more control over economies.
That's
and
true.
having another vector of business that he can operate under and function under. It's common sense that he would want to do this himself. Of course he would want to do this. Yeah, it's more vertical integration for all of his businesses. It's more money, more control, more in-house decision-making. You're removing another outside actor. It aligns with his decision-making completely. So yeah, it's really just that simple. And Elon isn't enforcing freedom of speech because he's still censoring things he personally doesn't like. Well, before we move on, I'd like to, let me give the video a like. I mean, Waters made a lot of really good videos about this topic, and I agree with him. Can you give me an example of that? Can you give me an example of Elon banning people because he doesn't like them? Because I hear this all the time. I hear people say this, but I never hear any examples. And I think that's very weird. He deleted people's posts about him with Ghislaine Maxwell. How do you know that he deleted them? Like, I mean, so a post got deleted. And so let me get this straight.
How do we know?
There's a post on Twitter, and it's not on Twitter now. And you've instantly come to the conclusion that it was Elon that deleted it himself. It's violating TOS? Maybe it is. I don't know if it violated TOS or not. You remove your check mark? Yeah, but like, I mean, that's not removing somebody's freedom of speech. Like, it's just not. Like, I understand, like, that was dumb, but like, are we really gonna act like these are the same things? They're obviously not. Like, if I go and I post this, look, silencing critics, this is for 2 years ago, so some guy got suspended for something, who knows what happened. I mean, look at all these photos. Clearly you're not getting banned, and you can clearly say this on Twitter. I mean, it's literally right there. I mean, it's obviously not. He got Streisand affected by it. What? It's not Streisand effect. It's like obviously people are gonna post photos of him with her. Like, I don't think you need a Streisand effect to this. Like, come on, man. Like, you're really going that far with it? You're really going that far? You want to censor X? Yeah. I mean, again. So he tried to censor it, but then he couldn't. So the example that you have of him censoring is him not censoring. Good one. That's great. Yeah. Thanks a lot. We really appreciate your input. Thank you so much. But yeah, I pretty much like. I mean, this bullshit with the payment processors, I think, is ridiculous. I'm very glad to see more people putting control on it.
The payment processor shit is ridiculously dumb.
Just because the cops can enforce the law doesn't mean the citizens will simply accept the EBT class destroying society. As in Los Angeles, California, an apartment complex was getting hit by multiple mail thieves until a resident randomly ran into one.
What's up, buddy? You like to steal mail? You like to steal mail? Yeah? You like to steal mail, motherfucker?
Yeah.
And as KTLA shows us, they tried to stop him from fleeing in his Jeep, but the residents bashed out his windows with a bat before he could escape.
And it was dumb, blind intervention luck where God's like, here you go, Timmy, a present for you, the man who's been robbing you. So, we handled it.
As a local vigilante later explained on his TikTok page,
the past couple weeks, we've been having our mail stolen. And about a year ago, someone held up our mailman at gunpoint for the master key for all of the mailboxes. The city said it would cost between $2 to $3.1 million to rekey all of the keys to make up for that stolen. Take a while.
That's a ridiculous price to rekey all the mailboxes. $3 million, and they probably won't pay it because California is more worried about giving $16 million in healthcare to illegal immigrants.
I'll guess as to what their answer was when we asked if they would rekey it. He's hit our apartment complexes so many times we made wanted posters. So if you're put between a rock and a hard place, no one's gonna help you. What do? You stand up for yourself.
It's a shame when the most heartwarming story coming out of the city is when a vigilante randomly beats up an alleged mail thief and bashes out his windows, encouraging other young brave individuals in blue cities to do the same. It's also insane to know that what I experienced living in LA years ago is still occurring the same exact way out there in the valley, where my apartment complex's master mail key was stolen too, and it became a common occurrence for mail thieves to come in and clear out everybody's mail. And it wasn't just masked men overnight, because I think the mailmen had something to do with it too, as I would commonly receive sensitive mail already opened in my locked mailbox. And even though I escalated it through their proper channels, seemingly nothing was done about it. Even to today, when they catch and beat the alleged mail thieves, the local ABC affiliate says they found him in his Hollywood home, then booked him for assault with a deadly weapon, noting he also has a criminal history. But somehow, the DA is only requiring $8K to get him out. It is beyond pathetic that in deep blue cities, the biggest punishment he'll likely see is the street beating he randomly received, which if anything, this arrest reporting will only incentivize the EBT tribes to get in on this. As I'm not going to make assumptions about this particular individual, but oftentimes they're not looking for birthday cards and Amazon packages, they're just collecting information for fraud. And sadly, when the local Fox network covered the story, they made sure to lead with, "Do not get your own justice."
We should mention this is something police advise against, confronting suspects who could be armed and dangerous.
So no wonder countrywide, mail theft involving mailbox master keys is running rampant. It's almost like when you essentially decriminalize something, criminals become attracted to it. So when some Studio City apartment complex starts getting hit simultaneously by at least 2 different teams, the residents won't simply accept, "I guess we don't get mail here anymore." They're going to turn to vigilantism, which admittedly isn't the best option. Why put your own life at risk to supplement the police that in Los Angeles you're already paying astronomical prices for? But in LA, the issue isn't just mailboxes, but mass street takeovers every weekend that even loot the NBA stadium's team store. This unemployed behavior runs through local liquor stores like swarms of locusts. And ironically, as Fox covers it, the same AutoZone got looted the same exact way 1 year earlier.
At the same store with the same story, a street takeover turned into a store takeover.
And when the EBT tribes ransack your store, unfortunately a single Star Wars cosplayer with pepper spray and a baseball bat isn't going to stop it. Just 3 weeks ago, 30 minutes south in Orange County, we saw what happens when shopkeepers protect their stuff with a 9mm learning moment. And that's when society starts to get scary. But now, when places like Washington, D.C. see empty shelves in every store, President Trump is deploying federal law enforcement to restore law and order.
Federal officers in marked units
patrolling what the Trump administration is calling high-traffic tourist areas and other hotspots.
As he now looks at doing the same in LA.
But then I'm going to look at New York in a little while. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's see. It's going to go pretty quickly. If we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. When I look at Chicago and I look at LA, if we didn't go to LA 3 months ago, LA would be burning like the part that didn't burn.
Which for some reason freaks out the Democrats.
This president is trying to lead us into what could be called a civil war.
What an interesting way to snitch on yourselves when the president is simply saying, I want to return to law and order by locking up criminals. Then a 86-year-old Democrat congresswoman goes on TV saying, they're coming for us. It's gonna be a civil war. I wonder why they automatically identify with the criminals being arrested, not the citizens being saved.
Right.
So if you appreciate my concise, light-hearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
Stood up for himself, and this dude finally got the whooping. Probably didn't get spanked enough. All right, Johnny Somali went to court, guys. Johnny Somali finally went to court.
Khalid Ismail, aka Johnny Somali, had a disastrous day in court today where pretty much everything that could go wrong went wrong. There were some surprises, some twists, and we had some updates after my coverage to bring you today some extra information, some extra, a little extra spice to make it even worse. And of course, we're going to cover this all on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney who's been covering the Somali Ramzi Khalid Ismail saga, the criminal saga in Korea from beginning to end. And boy, we were waiting for this trial day for months, and it did not disappoint. This was the most crazy, dramatic day to date, and also the longest to date, at clocking in at a little over 26 minutes, which compared to the last hearings, which only lasted 10, 5, 15 minutes, was actually a lot. And there were a ton of legal mistakes, blunders, admissions, confessions, things that absolutely turn this case against Ramzi Khalid Ismail and make it look really, really bad. Of course, this is the fast facts version, getting the quick and dirty version. If you guys like this, please let me know in the comments below, and make sure you leave a comment and like the video. All right, so let's get into the PowerPoint, because of course I have one. This is the recap of the trial today, August 13th, 2025. Now, pre-trial, this is in Seoul, South Korea, same courtroom, same place. It was a rainy day. The courtroom was packed. This Korean media was there. The Somali conviction team was there. Hank was there. There was also a kick streamer there to watch it as well. Of course, nobody allowed to do video or audio from the courtroom. However, we did give you live play-by-plays because there are ways to do that. Ramzi Somali was late by a few minutes.
Of course
Hank,
he was.
When Ramzi's lawyer went to find him, so Hank went out to find him. Ramzi's lawyer went out to find him. Eventually, they did find him. When he came in, he was dressed in a suit. He had a nice buzz cut. You're going to see photos of him later, but he looked gaunt. He looked thin. He had deep circles around his eyes. It was described that his deep circles had circles. He also was resigned. He did not make faces. He didn't look around at the crowd. He didn't stick out his tongue like he did in previous engagements, previous court dates. So he had a huge attitude shift going forward into this date. There was also a new interpreter sworn in. Last time there were interpreting issues. We had a new one, and the reviews from everybody, including people.
Maybe his lawyer just told him to shut the hell up and sit down and let him do his job and stop acting like an idiot.
Who spoke Korean and were doing translating for the Somali conviction team. Was this translated with
we got all this.
Was excellent, not just good, excellent, perfect.
Don't get ahead of the class, guys.
Great interpreter, which was amazing. So let's talk about, first of all, the first thing that came up was, did Hank lie? Now, Hank, in an interview recently with K-Town Social Club, said that Ramzi is no longer living with him, and Ramzi gave Hank's address in court. So either Hank was lying on that interview, or it's contempt of court. That's contempt of court. That's an additional crime that he's committing there. Or Hank is lying. I'm not going to say which way it is. You guys can kind of make up your mind. Most people seem to think it's probably a lie.
To say about that. We'll get there.
But who knows? We don't really know. Hank also appeared to be distancing himself from Somali in a recent interview, but he sat in the front row. He went to find Ramzi, and he escorted him home with the lawyer in a cab. So he essentially was right there winging him the entire time. And right now we're going to get into the next part, which was a disaster, which was Ramzi's lawyer. Now, this is not to say he's incompetent or there's anything in terms of skill. Once again, as a lawyer, even if you're an amazing lawyer, you can be handed a bad case. The other thing that's going on here is if the client tells you to argue something, you kind of have to argue it, even if you don't want to. So if the client says, hey, I want to plead not guilty, but you don't really have any evidence, you don't have any backup, the argument really doesn't work, well, you have to go with that. And even a really good lawyer, even an amazing lawyer, can kind of be put in a bad place. And I kind of feel bad for Ramzi's attorney, because it's very clear that Johnny and his fools on Discord, etc., are feeding these arguments in that just do not work in court. They're not Korean lawyers. They don't know Korean law. Johnny's not a Korean lawyer, but he's trying to force these arguments that just don't work in the Korean system. And it led to a lot of losses today, loss after loss after loss. There was not a single win, even procedurally, even small victories for the Somali team. So let's talk about that. So right off the bat, the first thing in the hearing was the judge asked Ramsey's lawyer for any specific evidence on the crimes Ramsey pled not guilty to. So specifically the deepfakes. We're talking about the deepfakes for which he pled not guilty. So the judge says, hey, what evidence do you have?
And that was the only thing that he pled not guilty to, by the way.
And the lawyer was completely flustered by this. He could not answer. He said, hey, we submitted that to the court, so you should have that, right? But he couldn't, when pressed, give any of the information, any defense at all. He couldn't remember any specifics. That's not good. Now, what may have happened here is Johnny may have had this packet of information, perhaps the dossier prepared by his Discord, which was submitted to the judge or submitted to the court. However, didn't really memorize that, didn't really go through it. Maybe he's busy, maybe didn't have time, maybe didn't understand it. Who knows? We don't know what's going on, but that was a very bad look and did not look good in court.
Oh, yeah.
Beyond that, Ramsey's lawyer tried to complain about late notice and procedure, and he tried to kind of make it sound like the prosecution was doing something bad or untoward or unofficial or breaking the rules. And now the prosecutor, and I have been in this courtroom, I've seen the prosecutor. The prosecutor looks like a very nice, mild-mannered, calm guy. I watched him an entire day in court cases. I sat in another day and watched like 6, 7 trials. This guy never was aggressive. He never got angry, was very calm and collected, very professional. But all the reports from the courtroom today, and I went over several after the stream, I asked several sources, I said, hey, was this what happened? And they said, yes. He aggressively countered Ramsey's lawyer in a way in which is not typical for a prosecutor to normally do. Pretty much, Ramsey's lawyer was saying, hey, you're doing something wrong. And the prosecutor got up and said, oh, hell no. And excuse my language there, I'll put some in the swear jar, but said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. All notice we gave was proper. Everything was legal. We followed the procedure. And the judge quickly stepped in and took the side of the prosecutor, not Ramsey's lawyer, overruled Ramsey's lawyer and said verbatim, this is not an issue, move on. So absolute procedural L, massive procedural L for Ramsey's lawyer. Going beyond that, there was a new charge, the charge of the additional obstruction. That's once again, the fourth obstruction charge that was coming up. It was revealed that this new charge, was for conduct on 2 Seoul buses on September 27, 2024. Now, this was for, they stated stuff like playing loud music and TTS and playing North Korean propaganda. Now, mind you, he is not charged.
Playing North Korean propaganda in South Korea has got to be the dumbest shit that you could do in public. It has to be the stupidest thing that I don't care about content that much to where it's like, haha, this is funny. No, you're an idiot. You clearly have no idea what is happening there. No clue.
Under the terrorism statute, under the terrorism law, he's still charged under obstruction of business. So it doesn't change the nature and make him guilty of terrorism. However, it does conclude that they were factoring in the fact that he was playing North Korean propaganda. They know, and they were listening to that. It says that disturbed the passengers, it disrupted operations, and ultimately for a obstruction of business, if you disturb normal operations of business, you are guilty. So therefore, Ramsey knew he was dead to rights on this and pled guilty to this new obstruction charge. So once again, another guilty on the bucket. Now we're going to talk about the other things that he pled guilty to. So previously, Ramsey had pled not guilty to the Lotte World charge. That is going into Lotte World, causing a scene, disrupting the ride, causing the ride to close. So we had a huge surprise today. We thought the witness for today was going to be Bong Bong. Everybody thought that, myself included. And you know what? I was wrong. Look at that. I'm admitting I was wrong here. It was actually the witness that was a staff woman from Lotte World, who repeatedly told Ramsey not to film. She was actually quite disturbed by the fact that he would not stop filming. And you could see that in the video, in the original video. I've reviewed that video. I'm not going to show her because I don't want to put her face out there and make it, put any pressure on or anything else. But you can see in her face that she was not happy about it. And she showed up. And Ramsey changed his plea to guilty on the Lotte World charge. Good. He may have been gambling that the Lotte World witness would no-show and saying, okay, if the witness no-shows, then okay, we can go with not guilty because she's going to no-show and not be there. However, she showed up and was highly motivated to be there.
And clearly he got wrecked on that one.
Lotte World, big shout out for filing this charge. This is one that a lot of members of the SC team, my team, worked really, really hard to see if we can get press, to see if we can get in there. And big shout out to the people that helped out, especially people like Bang TV and the others in Korea that really helped press this charge. So because he changed his plea from guilty to not guilty, he now has 6 confirmed guilty charges. 4 obstruction of business and 2 minor crimes act. So he is a confirmed repeat offender, repeat criminal with all of these. And once again, each charge stacks up the amount of time he can be in jail. At this point, the maximum is 12 years. However, even the default, even the standard punishment would be over 4 years in jail. Even if they don't give him the aggravated maximum of 12 years, the standard The non-aggravated is 4 years and some change in terms of months. So even not counting the deepfakes, this is very, very serious. Now, one important thing is Ramsey's lawyer seems to think obstruction and all this is a joke. He actually was scoffing and laughing, etc., when they were talking about obstruction, like, oh, it's not a big deal. This is a big deal, and people have gone to jail for years in Korea for this. Absolutely. So now we have it here, like we said, 4 guilty.
So what do we got? 4 guilty, up to 5 years imprisonment or fine up to 50 million won. 2 guilty charges, fine up to 100,000 won or 30 days detention, and then the not guilty on the 7 years imprisonment for the deep fakes count 1 and 2. So I'm assuming that's 5 years per, right? Unless that's a total. 5 years per and then 30 days per. That's usually how it works. I'm not sure about Korean law, so I'm just basing this off of like American law. And if you went to court for this, you would be hit hard. You would be hit real hard.
For the obstruction of business, guilty on the Minor Crimes Act and not guilty on the deepfake. These are his pleas. Of course, he's going to have to fight this at the next trial, and I do believe there's sufficient evidence to find him guilty on the deepfake counts. We're going to talk about that next. But now we know the 4th count is for the bus North Korean propaganda, the loud music, so we know what's going on here. So he's kind of got 2 obstructions for the bus, one for Lotte World and one for 7-Eleven. This is not just about a cup of noodles, folks. This is much more than a cup of noodles. Going on, let's talk about the deepfakes. And the deepfake is the crime that Johnny Somali fears the most. He's scared to death because this is one that absolutely carries prison time right off the bat. The statute will not allow for fines. It's straight to prison, no other option. Now, the deepfake was a disaster for Johnny's defense. They pretty much confessed. Let's talk about this. So Ramsey's lawyer argued that Ramsey doesn't know how to make a deepfake, that he is incompetent to make a deepfake, which, look, we all know that's BS. It takes 2 seconds to make a deepfake. There's AI, there's other mechanisms. Anybody can make a deepfake, and Ramsey is certainly capable of it. But beyond that, that's what the lawyer said makes him innocent. The lawyer said he didn't make it, so because he didn't make it, he's innocent. But the prosecutor immediately countered, once again, getting up there, getting in their face. Great job by the prosecution, amazing performance. Said, so you deny making the deepfake, but you admit, you confess to distributing, which is publishing, the deepfake. Ramsey's lawyer said, well, he was drunk. He admits distribution, but denies production. So saying he confesses that he distributed, but denies production. First of all, there is no I was drunk defense in the statute. Being drunk or high or whatever is not a defense. It's did you do it or not? There's no state of mind involved here. So being drunk is not at all going to mitigate this or make this better or make him not guilty. That is not going to work at all. But the bombshell admission is the admission of guilt as to production. It's not relevant. The only thing that's relevant is that Ramsey distributed or published it, meaning whether or not Ramsey made it is irrelevant. And just to prove that, let's look at the statute here. Now, I know this language is small. This is the full statute. I want you guys to know he's really going to be hit under number 3 or number 4 here, but you have to read number 2 because number 3 here under the distribution of false video products, the deepfake law, Article 14.2, Article 3 here says a person who commits a crime under paragraph 2 by means and information of communication networks against the will of the subject, Bong Bong and Youngman, and making profits, he was streaming and making money, shall be punished by imprisonment with labor for not more than 7 years. It also says somebody who habitually commits this can have it aggravated. So that's a big one as well. So he's going to be charged under 3 or 4 here, but this one, he obviously made profit, and we got to read paragraph 2 to find out, okay, what does it describe the crime as? Well, what's the crime? Does it say a person who makes a deepfake? No, it actually doesn't say that, although it does have in another statute in number 1, a person who edits it, synthesizer process. But number 2, it says a person who has published. The only thing that's important to the crime is that he put it on screen. And because he has now confessed, he put it on screen in the eyes of the judge and the prosecutor. It's done. It's a shut case. It's over, baby. He's just admitted to it. Now, he's entitled to his right to fight back. He can question the witnesses. And we're going to talk about the witnesses in a second because that was a whole other loss for Somali. But at this point, we have him dead to rights on this crime, which is what I predicted and I've been saying for the past almost year when I've been talking about the deepfake crime, saying, hey, look, it doesn't matter what his excuses are. It doesn't matter who Bong Bong is or Youngman is or whether they're bad people. Youngman, one of the streamers who is the cause for one of the deepfakes, is in jail right now. So clearly he's done some bad things, but that doesn't matter. All that matters is Johnny published a deepfake of Youngman and Johnny published a deepfake of Bong Bong. That's it. That's all. So let's continue here. there was a huge loss, once again, another disaster regarding the witnesses. So Ramsey's lawyer was fighting tooth and nail not to allow the deepfake witnesses. He did not want those deepfake witnesses to come in. That would have been disastrous for him in his mind.
I hope he gets hit with both those deepfakes.
Since Ramsey admits distribution but denies production, the witnesses have to be allowed. They must be allowed for arguing back about the production. The judge sided immediately with the prosecution and allowed the witnesses. Says, no. If you're still fighting this, if you're still pleading not guilty, we're going to allow the witnesses. Now, Ramsey's lawyer went beyond that. So once again, another overrule trying to get rid of him. Now Ramsey's lawyer said, okay, I want extended cross-examination. Instead of the standard 15-minute cross-examination of each witness, I want 25 minutes. The judge denied Ramsey's request. Guys, this is massive. In Korean procedure, in discussing this with lawyers and people experienced with the process, this almost never happens. Typically, if they request this, they give it. This is the judge telling Ramsey to cope and seethe. It's saying, we don't think your defense has enough. It's not worth it to give you 25 minutes. It's not going to prove anything. So all that dossier, all that other stuff, whatever else you think is relevant, that's really not worth 25. You've got 15 minutes for each witness, 15 minutes for Bong Bong, 15 minutes for Young Man, so 30 minutes total. That'll probably go, about an hour maybe-ish next trial. And that's all you've got. Ramsey's lawyer just has 15 minutes, and we'll see what he does with those 15 minutes. It probably is going to be pretty crazy. So we had a little action outside the court. Here's Ramsey leaving the court with his buzz cut, his new buzz cut, the suit. You see him there with Hank there. Definitely a different look today. So Ramsey quickly left with Hank and his lawyer. They did not interact with media or streamers. They avoided a kick streamer, Paul Rizin, who attempted to interview them. And the streamer appeared to be anti-Somali generally, so maybe Somali knew that. But what I'm saying is he wasn't interacting. In the past, he was cursing at people. He was taking interviews. He was saying stuff. And he was smiling, smirking. Now he quickly ran to get in the cab. He wants nothing to do with the media. It reflects that I think he realizes this is serious and he's about to find out. He realized this was absolutely a massive loss for him today. Then other news is the next trial is October 29th, same courthouse, 2 p.m. So right before Halloween, we're going to have a spooky surprise for Somali. And the deepfake witnesses will be called next time, Bong Bong and Youngman. So they will be called to testify on October 29th. So we thought they were going to come today.
Great.
Bong Bong was going to come today. It's no. So Bong Bong and Youngman will be coming at the next trial. So that should be something to look forward to. Will be absolutely insane to see what Ramsey's lawyer tries to question.
This is going to be so great.
I want to know what you guys think about this. How percentage cooked is Ramsey? And I'll catch you on the next one.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
150% cooked. 150%. We have another Somali.
Things like last time, things went awful for Johnny. This time, it went terrible. He even got humiliated in court. I mean, it was really bad from the start. And just to start things off, I'm going to run through the whole trial so you guys kind of get a picture of how things were, even though you guys weren't there. So there was a few people there. There wasn't that many people this time. But Johnny, at 3:59, Johnny's lawyer came in. So right on time for the trial and so on. Then at 4, a woman walked in who apparently was a witness. We didn't know of her. We hadn't seen her. We were assuming that Bong Bong was going to testify today, but apparently not. Then at 4:03, Hank walked in, and that also confirmed that Hank is still associated with Johnny. Then at 4:05, so this is 5 minutes after his trial started, Johnny was still not there. So Hank, he starts panicking and talking to the lawyer, and they don't know where Johnny is. So then Hank has to run out of the courtroom and I guess call Johnny and figure out where this guy is. So moving on with my notes here, let's see, 1 second. Then we have at 4:07, Johnny then walks in. This time, respectfully, in a fitting suit. It seems like Johnny realized how bad things were and finally took the cue and he was like, okay, I'm gonna lock in because clearly things are not going well for him. So then everyone sits down, or everyone stands up, judge walks in, everyone sits down. Okay, court starts. So then at 4:12, Johnny then confirms that he is still a quote-unquote student and that he still actually lives at Hank's house. So that's interesting because Hank is going on to say, oh, Johnny does not live with me. I do not help Johnny anymore. I'm not associated with him anymore. Apparently, that's not true. So,
so we're
then
lying.
We have the 8 charges he's currently facing. I have Gabe with me here who's been helping me translate and also find all the location and everything, and so on. So shout out to this man for being here. But essentially, so there's the first charges they talked about were it was the business obstruction charges, and they were related to the buses.
Yes,
correct?
This is the new charge that they announced today. So this is the one that we didn't know for sure, but I predicted was going to be the bus incident on the 27th.
So that was it bus? Was it 7011 bus or was it 7013A?
It was 7011 and 7013A.
Okay, and then you had another bus 20. Oh, so it was a 2024 incident. That's why it was bus 2024. Okay,
yes,
so that's
yes,
okay.
It was this
right.
that happened in 2024.
Okay.
So that's why, that's also why they're adding it to this case, among many reasons, is because it was all around the same time. So they consider this a crime spree.
Okay. And so the first 2 disturbances, so the first bus, that was for playing MK propaganda on the bus. And then the second one was for just text-to-speech donations and just, disturbing the peace on the bus. So
loud noises, to turn it down.
Yes.
Causing a disturbance, and also the live streaming, that in itself they consider to be a disturbance. That, making other people feel uncomfortable if you have your camera. Like right now we're here, we're not putting people in the frame, right? If you're on a bus, you're live streaming other people as well.
Yeah.
So that's considered a disturbance as well.
So then at 4:15, you had that moment where they went, oh, if you change the time, we plead guilty here. And that didn't fully make sense to me. So, what was that about? Because that was what Johnny's team said.
It's very common for an accusation to have some small mistake, like it be a date or a time or a location. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
If you say no, it wasn't this day, it was that day, it's still the crime. It doesn't matter. But Johnny nitpicks about stuff like this, and the lawyer brought that up as an argument. And so the compromise was: do you admit to everything except the date that this happened? Yes, he admits to everything except for the date. Okay, that's a guilty plea.
Okay, so then he pled guilty for all the obstruction charges. So all 4 obstruction of business charges, he pled guilty for.
Right.
Then, so because of that plea, then the witness got up and left because they no longer needed her to testify against him because we're assuming that the witness was one of the workers at Lotte World who witnessed him, disrupt and stop the ride and do all the stuff he did there.
Yeah, when she turned around, I recognized her from the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
100% I recognized her from the video.
Okay, so then you had the whole deepfake charges. So the lawyer then said that Johnny was intoxicated. So they used him being intoxicated as an excuse for why he distributed it.
That's a bad excuse.
One argument is that, and this was his lawyer finally making an argument, which they've been asking him to do.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's what you're supposed to do in court.
Yeah.
And he keeps saying, oh, I give you the evidence, or oh, I'll tell you later. But finally they got him to make an argument, and his number 1 argument was he did not produce the deepfakes, even though I think he probably did. Mm-hmm. Right? He did not produce the deepfakes. All he did was to distribute them. So you admit to distributing them.
Right. Okay. So that's essentially what happened. Yeah.
But he is insisting on a not guilty plea. So it looks like his lawyer or somebody was able to convince him that the Lotte World charge was a loss.
So they're gonna smoke him.
And so that's what Johnny gave.
Interesting.
Guilty plea, changing the plea from not guilty to guilty for Lotte World.
Yeah.
But insisting on not guilty for the deepfakes.
Okay. And then that's when a new dialogue started because that's when the prosecution wanted to bring in witnesses for the deepfakes. And Johnny's lawyer did not want witnesses involved at all.
Right.
So then, what happened after they didn't want witnesses? What did the judge say, and how was the reaction of the court then?
This was interesting. He, since he got overruled when he tried to block the witnesses.
Yeah.
They do not want Bong Bong to testify. They don't want They don't want either of them to testify. That's
okay.
Clear. We know.
Yeah.
We've known that for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, he was actively in court trying to block them, and he was overruled on that.
Okay.
So, but since they're having the witnesses, the lawyer requested more time than usual.
Okay.
To examine them.
So
why?
What's a normal time to examine someone, you think?
It depends on the case, and all that. They'll set it, and for this they set 15 minutes for the defense for the lawyer to interview.
Okay.
Okay.
They set 15 minutes, and since he couldn't block it, he wanted more time with the witnesses, which means if they can't block the witnesses, they really want to grill them. So he might be planning on going all in on Bong Bong.
Oh, wow. Okay, so is it Johnny's lawyer that's grilling Bong Bong or the prosecution that's grilling Bong Bong?
It'll be first the prosecution for 15 minutes, and
yeah.
the next is Johnny's lawyer for 15 minutes.
Okay.
And then the judge might ask some questions as well.
And then you have another witness as well. So it'll be ×2, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah. And
interesting.
And another ×2 because they're going to do a translation for everything.
Oh,
so
wow.
So that makes
okay.
it twice as long, yeah.
Okay. And that's happening in October. And then other than that, so then you had what were the minor crimes charges? Were they ever brought up during this case or trial?
That is settled that the plea is guilty.
Okay.
So minor crimes, and now we can say obstruction of business. The plea is guilty for 6 charges.
Okay. Interesting. And so overall, how was Johnny's lawyer?
Flustered, definitely out of his depth.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel bad for him.
Yeah.
I know he was pressured by Hank's family to be a part of this case, and I think he's trying to do his best to balance between Johnny and normalcy.
Yeah.
Sane, actual normal procedure.
Yeah. And how's the prosecution handling this case, you feel like?
I mean, obviously very professional.
Okay.
Right?
So would you consider them to be
the prosecution sounds like they're cool, collected, ready to go, and they got all their shit.
Yes, I would say today they were the paradox is, how can you simultaneously admit to having distributed, which is the crime that he's accused of, and insist on this not guilty plea?
Yeah.
That's insane. That's just, it's thinking, the more I think about it, the crazier it is. But
yeah.
That's what we just witnessed. Wow. Is this lawyer using Johnny's argument?
Yeah.
Saying basically, I didn't make it, so I'm not guilty. Even though, again, I think he did.
And also, like, the whole charge is for the distribution. So they're like, oh, we didn't make it. I did distribute it, though. But I was drunk. That's essentially what we're seeing unfold.
Yes, that's the mental gymnastics that we saw happen today. Lawyer was very flustered, turning red, stuttering. I don't think he has a natural stutter like Hank, but he does have a strange way of talking.
Yeah.
But he definitely seemed very uncomfortable.
Interesting. Did the judge give any reaction to this, or was he confused, or how was the judge reacting to this?
The judge, as usual, is very, sort of above everything, above the fray, and was very calm and very patient with the process. But he's also the one who said, no, you cannot block these witnesses, and no, you cannot extend your interview time with them.
Right.
Cross-examination.
Wow. Do you have any other overall thoughts on this trial?
That was crazy. That was just insane.
And
there's all this stuff. There's so much stuff that's just unprecedented. It's stuff you just don't do.
Okay, yeah. So this is just an absolutely not a normal trial.
This is like it's almost like Monty Python.
Really? Okay, so it is just a full-on
clown
fest.
It's a clown fest.
Okay.
It is absolutely a clown fest.
Oh my God, a clown
If you were going
case
to
is
give a prediction
crazy.
of like how the prosecution was, and like from previous cases you've seen in Korea, what do you think the most likely sentence that he will get from all this is?
At this point, I think the prosecutor is going to say something like 4 or 5 years.
Wow. Okay.
4 or 5 years.
Because of Johnny's insistence.
Yeah.
And because of his insincerity with his guilty pleas.
Yeah. And now, I mean, finally, he's locked in, but it also seems like it's kind of too late to start acting like he's actually sorry. Because he didn't actually act like he was sorry today. He was just being respectful. He was being a normal person today, from what I saw. And that's really it. Yeah, the bar is really set low. But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's all for now. I'll be making a full video soon. What would you say?
Hank was fine. Johnny's behavior was fine.
Yeah.
Lawyer, just feel bad for that guy.
I feel bad
That's
for his
it.
lawyer too.
Thank you guys for the support, and I'll see you guys when I make a full long-form video on this. I'll see you next one.
You got a complete crap case. So, newest Kick update. They put Mr. Beast as their app icon. Off the homepage you go, green team. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this on my app icon. Just leave the green K. Leave the K. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this, man. This isn't what I want to see. I don't care about them. This is the dumbest thing ever. Look at that logo. Nice. That's fine. This, stupid. Now, you're a gambling website with a bunch of people gambling on it, and you're promoting it to children. Because that's the majority of his audience. I was literally in Walmart today, and I heard a kid about the age of 5 that saw a Mr. Beast thing and went absolutely batshit bananas to his mother. So, the audience that this man has is children. And you are promoting this face, your website, that has a ton of people gambling on it. You're promoting that to children. That's not a good business move. But who am I? Who am I, right? Who am I to say? Also, I don't know, if you guys knew this.
Ad break in 1 minute.
Ice Poseidon.
Want to watch it free? Subscribe to ArtMage_Hero VT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub baby.
Yeah, free Prime sub baby. So Ice Poseidon was doing a scavenger hunt or something in Austin, Texas, and one of the people who were involved were just shooting their paintball gun. Or shooting a paintball gun during the scavenger hunt. And now they got arrested and they're awaiting trial. This was also a Kick streamer. So get it to fucking together. I know you banned them, but holy shit. Is this what good content is for the green team? Is this what they think good content is? Or Johnny Somali was also a green team streamer. Vitaly was a green team streamer. It doesn't look good. That's not a good look. That's not a good look at all. I don't think that's a very good look, period. You have all these things happening, and you're just letting it run rampant. That's crazy to me. Absolutely bananas. And then not only do that, you have these bot raids and hate raids that are happening, and you have no moderation tools for your creators to set up besides putting it in sub only and emote only mode, which kills viewership for your smaller content creators that are trying to work on that platform. They if they're gonna copy things from Twitch, they need to copy the good tools. Like their dashboard looks the exact same.
182nd ad break.
And we'll be right back, and we're gonna get into this one, guys. We'll be RB gamers. Who's George and where do they live?
Who's Grandpa?
George wants hot peppers to rub on his knee, I guess.
No, Alan grown.
Yep. Jesus, okay, there's a pepper. Holy shit. She's broken.
Here. I hate it here.
No.
Wait.
Doing that all the time. I'm floating.
Yes, you were flying.
You are
What?
flying. How are you flying?
How are you flying?
Whoa! I mean, I was.
Do you take damage?
Toma! We're trying to make friends. That's not how we make friends.
I just.
That island became my home. Rocks, sand, salted winds. Stung my eyes. No spells would hold there. Not properly, at least. Magic was thin and stretched. Time itself felt slower. Like the island remembered what I had done. At first, I fought it. I tried to rebuild the glyphs. I whispered arcane syllables to the seas. I drew runes in the sand. Watched the tide. Watched them away. Again. And again. But eventually, I stopped casting. And I started listening.
You ever taken your sister to the Waffle House, got back to the ranch, and realized you aren't in Alabama anymore? That's what it's like to drive a Ford F-150.
Whose dog are you? Are you my dog? You are my dog. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Where have you been? Here. Oh my gosh. Oh, we have armor for you. No, we don't. I'll make armor for you.
Of 182nd ad break starting. Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
With myself. I didn't even punch your tickets and you're already coming in here letting Omega out of the box. No. You guys just come in, barge through the door, yelling, ah. Really? You're just gonna, Luscious, thank you for punching your ticket. Welcome to the observatory. The toad is over.
Okay. All right. I just want to say this. I don't appreciate the aggressive hug one bit.
Did you just get choked?
Yeah, absolutely. And it didn't even ask
God,
me
I wish
first.
that were me.
It just came up to me and was like, "Hey, how are you? By the way, Blink-182 bad band, and here's a aggressive face hug."
Why is it still hunting?
It's naked Ned too. Did it get you
I
too?
thought you choked. Why was it still hunting?
We're on Nightmare. It kills extend the hunt. You're in the wall. You're stuck in the wall and your legs are just this swinging. That was
Doing that all the time. I'm floating.
Yes, you were flying.
You are
What?
flying. How are you flying?
How are you flying?
Whoa! I mean, I was.
Do you take damage?
Toma! We're trying to make friends. That's not how we make friends.
I just.
Look long enough. You know, next time I'll just let you be sad about having joint pain, you old coot.
George's personality trait is that he's an asshole.
Is that a personality trait or is that just trauma?
He's just an asshole.
Welcome to Hot Takes with Hero. Are you worried about your highlight reels being taken away? Because Twitch wants to enforce 100 hours of highlights? Well, there is a solution. Since you are being a little irresponsible with your data, you can get something called the Twitch Downloader. It is a very helpful tool that will mass download your VODs clips, and there's even a website that will allow you to turn all your highlights into a URL, and you can take that URL, plug it right into Twitch Downloader, and it'll get all your highlights for you and download them. Then you can take them, put them on YouTube, TikTok, wherever you want.
Being attacked by slimes. They hurt. They're literally spawn camping me. No. Stop. We are back, gamers. The U.S. just blasted the UK
Well, today,
Prime
guys,
Minister.
we are returning to the UK. We've got some crazy updates to go over, a number of crazy things to talk about in this video. Let's start with this news article from Sky News, where they say the U.S. accuses UK of significant human rights issues and restricting free speech. Sir Keir Starmer has previously defended the UK's record on free speech after concerns were raised by US Vice President J.D. Vance, with the pair sharing a rather awkward exchange in the Oval Office. So let's watch that clip first, and then we'll get to the rest of the article.
We do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies, but we also know that there have been...
Oh, dang, why, that stupid pop-up, man. I wanted to pause and be like, guys, look at Starmer's face. He looks so uncomfortable.
The UK and also with some of our European allies, but we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British. Of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom.
He likes to repeat that line over and over again.
Yeah, he does.
But it's really interesting how he says
have.
we've had, not like we have free speech and we've had it for a long time and we still have it, or something like that. Doesn't need to be that clunky sounding, but it seems almost like a Freudian slip. I don't mean in the context that a Freudian slip is supposed to be in, but it's like that same sort of concept where he's inadvertently kind of admitting that they don't have free speech anymore like they used to in the UK.
Yeah.
With the phrasing where he keeps putting it in past tense.
And it will last for a very, very long time. Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right.
They literally have been doing that.
But in relation to this in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
Yeah, I've heard that before. So that was amusing, but let's continue on. The U.S. State Department has accused the UK of having significant human rights issues, including restrictions on free speech. The unflattering assessment comes via a new version of an annual human rights practices report, with its publication coinciding with Vice President J.D. Vance's holiday in the Cotswolds. Cotswolds, excuse me. It says human rights in the UK worsened in 2024 with credible reports of serious restrictions on freedom of expression, as well as crimes, violence, or threats of violence motivated by anti-Semitism since the October 7th Hamas attack against Israel. On free speech, while generally provided for, the report cites specific areas of concern around limits on political speech deemed hateful or offensive. That's offensive. Imagine the government coming after you because the government's offended. I mean, what's going on here, dude?
That's
Sir Keir
wild.
Starmer has previously defended the UK's record on free speech after concerns were raised by Mr. Vance. In response to the report, a UK government spokesperson said, "Free speech is vital for democracy around the world, including here in the UK, and we are proud to uphold freedoms whilst keeping our citizens safe." The US report highlights Britain's public space protection orders, which allow councils to restrict certain activities in some public places to prevent anti-social behavior. It also references safe access zones around abortion clinics, which the Home Office says are designed to protect women from harassment or distress. They have been criticized by Mr. Vance before, notably back in February during a headline-grabbing speech at the Munich Security Conference. The report also criticizes the Online Safety Act and accuses ministers of intervening to chill speech about last summer's murders in Southport, highlighting arrests made in the wake of the subsequent riots. Ministers have said the Online Safety Act is about protecting children and repeatedly gone so far as to suggest people who are opposed to it are on the side of predators. This is something we've covered multiple times in the past. There's literally a clip of a Labour Party member. I'm forgetting his exact name right now. It is like, I think I know it, but I don't want to say the wrong name, so I'm not going to say it. But I think I remember. I think it's Peter Kyle is what I think it is. I should probably double check that just to be safe. Give me a second. Let me cut the clip and Google search really quick. Yeah, thankfully I got that one right. It was Peter Kyle. He had said it right here. If you want to overturn the Online Safety Act, you are on the side of predators. It is as simple as that. And I thought he also said similar on a video clip as well, but maybe the clip was a little bit different. Point is, yeah, this guy said that thing. The report comes months after Sir Keir did back at Mr. Vance during a summit at the White House, cutting in when Donald Trump's VP claimed there are, quote, infringements on free speech, unquote, in the UK. And as we've heard a million times, we've had free speech for a very long time. It will last a long time, and we are very proud of that. But Mr. Vance again raised concerns during a meeting with Foreign Secretary David Lammy at his country estate in Kent last week, saying he didn't want the UK to go down a very dark path of losing free speech. The U.S. State Department's report echoes similar accusations made by Nigel Farage and Elon Musk. The Trump administration itself has been accused of trying to curtail free speech and stifle criticism, most notably by targeting universities, Harvard chief among them. And that's where the article ends. But we have a lot more to discuss, so let's carry on. As we have breaking news about the migrant situation in the UK. Chaos at Canary Wharf Migrant Hotel as protesters claim migrant entered woman's home, but police let him go.
That's crazy, dude.
All you can do is laugh sometimes, man. Chaos erupted outside a controversial Canary Wharf migrant hotel after a man believed to be staying there allegedly walked into a woman's house. I was going to say home because the freaking headline said home, but then said house. So they got me with the switch up there. I apologize with my speech error. The man is said to have entered the house after being followed by a group of men on the street and told to go back to the hotel, where anti-migrant protesters were gathered outside. The Britannia International Hotel is being used to house hundreds of asylum seekers.
That's what we're
doing. The Met said the
man
had not been charged, as our initial investigation has not identified any offenses. They refused to say if he was a migrant staying at the hotel. I mean, in my opinion, that basically confirms it. But yeah, it comes as another group of up to 50 migrants arrived at the hotel at the crack of dawn this morning before being hurried inside by guards. The men were brought to the site in coaches around 5:34 a.m. today and told to run into the lobby to avoid cameras. The hotel has been a focus of protest in recent weeks after Tower Hamlets Council confirmed it had been handed over to the Home Office to house asylum seekers. Last night, the Met said officers were investigating a complex set of circumstances. And so now we got some pictures here. Apparently, this is the guy who's being accused of entering a woman's home before being chased back to the hotel. Here's an image of the migrants apparently being hurried into the hotel with one dude really kind of tripping up the stairs almost. And you really got to wonder what the next frame is here. I mean, I'm just captivated by this image. Did he make it up the stairs or have some more difficulties? And then we got the coaches here letting the migrants off into the hotel and all that, and one more picture of the coaches. So, yeah.
That's crazy.
A statement said, we are aware of videos circulating online relating to an incident that officers were called to at 18:07 hours on Wednesday, August 13th, at Marsh Wall E14. They say, we understand a man entered a property through an open door, having been followed by a group of men in the street. The man has not been arrested at this time, as our initial investigation has not identified any offenses. We understand this is distressing for the occupants. What? Why is the framing almost like the dude who like walked into the woman's hotel as a victim? Like, oh yeah, it was an open door. He was being chased. He went in there, and they're like implying he was like justified to go in there to run away from like people that were attacking him or something. That's like kind of the implication that I personally, that's kind of like how I feel they're trying to frame this. You're welcome to agree or disagree, but like, yeah, I think it's kind of odd framing. So they even say they understand the enter the property, which makes it sound like he did in fact do that. It's not just some like false accusation. Then they say there's no identified offenses. You really just like walk into anyone's house if the door's open in the UK? Like, I find that a bit hard to believe, but I don't know the UK law. Maybe that's true, or maybe this is just some fluff to try and like protect this dude or something, which I find more likely.
Go
but
with
again,
fluff.
I'm not an expert in UK law. I don't know for sure. Let's keep reading. In a separate incident following this, a 22-year-old woman was arrested on suspicion of common assault against a security guard, possession of an offensive weapon. What does that mean? Affray, possession of Class B drugs, and assault on an emergency worker. A Section 35 dispersal order was put in place in the vicinity of the area, and a 28-year-old man and a 57-year-old woman were arrested for breaching the order. This is a complex set of events, and we are working hard to investigate and understand what happened, reviewing officers' body-worn video and any other video footage. And check it out, I just found a video that shows part of the confrontation here with the police, minute and 17 seconds long, with the caption, "This is Britain. An asylum seeker living in the luxury 4-star Britannia hotel tried to enter a woman's house. Locals did a citizen arrest and handed him to the police. Police let him free." Let's take a look at the video now, shall we? Here we go. And I'm actually going to skip forward about halfway through because I was watching this thing and recording, and the first like 20 seconds of audio or so is just completely scuffed. You can't hear anything going on. So let's skip that part. Still messed up. Okay, there we go. Right about here is where we will proceed.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry, could you make some space, please? By entering someone's house. Come through. That's a lot more than trespass. So if I went into someone's house, you'd do me for burglary.
Oh, dang, the audio's still pretty bad. It was even worse before then, like the first 30 seconds or whatever.
Sorry, buddy.
So is the dude right there the accused migrant?
They're gonna release it. It started.
I can hear people like in surprise saying they're gonna release him. Like they're in disbelief or something.
Well, of course they are.
But then when you enter people's houses, that's a different story.
Wait, that's crazy. So then they like I'm assuming they didn't take him in here. It seems like they escort him back to the hotel or something, right?
That's crazy.
Oh my gosh, what? What? So you got a whole group of people here testifying, so to speak, claiming that they saw this dude go in the house and all that. And based off the statement that we read in the article, it sounds like the police are not even trying to.
That's absolutely wild.
They're not even trying to refute that claim, right? But still, just okay, yeah, no, just let him go. Just let him be. So just let the migrants enter people's houses and get upset at the citizens for taking umbrage with that. Meanwhile, what the police are actually doing is, well, let's take a look here. UK police are now sending out female police officers undercover as joggers to stop catcalling. The UK is going through a migrant redacted crisis, and the police are watching out for wolf whistlers. What a joke. And let's check out this clip.
Friends out for a run, they're actually undercover police officers.
These women are not actually going out for a run, they are actually undercover police officers.
Taking to the streets in Surrey as part of a new operation trying to stop people catcalling and harassing female runners.
We get hot chat, the staring, the hanging out the window just to look at us, and it's so prevalent.
And police teams are ready to intervene the moment the officers are beeped at, followed, or shouted at.
Look, harassing is one thing, right? Like that can lead to like dangerous things, and I get it. I still think this is like a waste of police resources, but I don't want women being harassed while they run, obviously. I don't think anyone would want that. But they're saying like as simple as like a beep or like a whistle, which sure, that's like tacky, but is this really the best use of police resources? You got multiple officers doing the jog, then you got other police on standby waiting in cars to go after their own citizens for, at worst,
what a waste of
being
money.
tacky, right? Meanwhile, the dude who's literally entering women's homes, and who knows what that guy would have done if no one was around to see it happen and stop him more or less by witnessing it all occurring and, you know, making a scene out of it, rightfully so. But hey, police not going to do anything about that guy. If anything, they escort him safely back to the hotel, and that's it. And then what the police actually do is this.
Followed or shouted at, pulling people over.
Oh my
those
gosh.
behaviours may not be criminal offences in themselves, but they still need to be addressed. And of course, the people that are likely to commit those kind of behaviours, you know, they may then go on to commit more serious offences.
Oh yeah, they may go on.
After what we just read and watched about the whole migrant thing, this just feels like such a complete clown show. I cannot believe this is what's going on in the UK, man. I feel bad for my viewers in the UK. This is just insane. Now back to the article about the migrant situation and the hotel incident we left off on this paragraph. There's just a few more things to go over here, so let's finish this up too. Another video posted on TikTok shows a group of onlookers questioning the police about why the man had not been arrested. The 4-star hotel has been a flashpoint for protest in recent weeks. Then we got this image that says a protester who was asked to remove his face mask shouts at a police officer whilst taking part in the Stand Up to Racism rally outside the Britannia International Hotel on Friday. And officers made 2 arrests on Friday during clashes between anti-migrant protesters and anti-fascists. What does this have to do with fascism? Seriously, come on. That's just so ridiculous. I mean, realistically, if anything, the police are being fascistic towards their own citizens.
Batman.
When the citizens have very reasonable concerns and are rightfully doing what they can to protect each other, and the police are impeding them. But are the anti-fascists calling out the cops and their fascist behavior? No, they are not doing that, are they? They're calling out the people who are criticizing the police. Can you make sense of that? What? Like I said, all I can do is laugh sometimes, man. Just so absurd. More than 50,000 small boat migrants have crossed the channel since Starmer took office. Cumulative migrant crossings to English Channel over each prime minister's tenure. So when you take a look at this, Starmer comes in third place, with Johnson and Sunak having more crossings. But important context, Johnson was prime minister for about 3 years, I think it is. Sunak around 2 years, and Starmer about a year and a half, or not even a year and a half actually. It's like a year and 2 months, I think, something like that.
My God.
So at this trajectory, Starmer is set to just skyrocket past both Sunak and Johnson, if I'm understanding the data properly. And then we got a few more paragraphs here. On Friday, a crowd of anti-migrant protesters descended on the hotel to be met by counter-demonstrators. Officers were seen pinning some activists on the ground with 2 arrests made. One was an anti-migrant protester who was detained after a bottle was thrown at officers. The other was a member of the counter-protest group who was arrested for failing to remove their face covering. The main road outside the hotel was blocked by hundreds of demonstrators shouting, "Save our kids." Police had to rapidly mobilize to contain a group of anti-fascist activists arriving at South Quay Station to confront anti-migrant protesters as they held signs that said, "No human is illegal," and chanted, "Refugees have the right, here to stay, here to fight." Oh my gosh, man, who makes up these sayings? Come on, guys, you come up with better material than that, right? I mean, I guess not, but you know, I would hope they could. It is surprising though that the police actually arrested one of the anti-fascist. Wait, they said one of the counter-protesters, right, who presumably was also part of the anti-fascist group, which again, I find funny that they are essentially on the side of the cops, but, you know. More than 100 police officers moved to Kettle the group, outside the tube station for breaching the peace. People then made their way into the town as the main road outside the hotel was closed. Dozens were carrying flags. Leading chance of Keir Starmer is a, what is that word? Any of my UK viewers want to fill us in? Maybe don't do that, actually. I mean, if you type that in on YouTube, you never know.
Probably wanker.
The algorithm might not like your comment. I don't know. I don't know what that word is. Maybe don't do that. And send them home. Then we got some more images here. Migrants leave a beach in northern France in a smuggler's boat yesterday. Watching on, a French gendarme watches the boat with a pair of binoculars. The scenes were pictured on the beach of Hardlot in, oh gosh, I'm not even gonna try that one. Yeah, that's just gonna sound, I'm gonna butcher that for sure, so let's just skip that. Daily small boat arrivals under labor. So we can see a year's worth of data here with July 2024 at the left side and July 2025 here on the right side. And it looks like right around the beginning of July 2025 was the highest point here at almost 1,200. A record 107 small boat migrants reached Britain in just one day yesterday, confounding Labour's pledge to smash the gains.
What is happening in the world?
Images from the port of Dover showed human traffickers have begun to deploy a new longer type of inflatable. The dinghy, which can barely be described as a small boat, was recovered in the channel and taken to Dover, where it was being examined by border force and law enforcement, GB News reported. It brought 107 migrants to Britain overnight, smashing the previous record of 96 people aboard one inflatable. The appearance of the larger type of dinghy further undermines Labour's decision to concentrate on law enforcement responses to smash the gangs. Keir Starmer scrapped the previous Conservative government's Rwanda asylum scheme as one of his first acts in office, just as it was finally ready to get off the ground. The Rwanda scheme was designed to make crossing the channel pointless because migrants would be sent to Rwanda to claim asylum there instead of here.
Oh, God.
On Monday alone, there were 474 channel arrivals, pushing the total past 50,000 since Labour came to power. I'm still stuck on that Rwanda thing, though. Can you imagine that? Oh, you thought you were going to cross this small channel of water and come into the UK, huh? Okay. Yeah, no, we're actually putting you back on the water all the way to Africa. Then you got to go just, what is it, like hundreds of miles into Africa, probably thousands of miles into Africa to get to Rwanda. Yeah, see ya, bye-bye. Have fun with that. And lastly, let's take a look at this. The foreign governments are warning citizens about the dangers of visiting crime-ridden Britain. Australia, France, Canada, and even Mexico. Mexico is advising their citizens to exercise caution when traveling to the UK. Oh, you're cooked when freaking Mexico is telling you not to go to the UK.
Yeah.
Look, Mexico is awesome, but it's well known that there is a lot of gang problems in Mexico, cartel, stuff going on there. So that's what I'm getting at.
That's crazy.
Before Samuel traveled from Australia to the UK last October, his friends and family warned him about London's reputation for crime. I had planned to travel all around Europe, says the 27-year-old architecture student from Sydney, but my parents said once you get to London, you need to be really careful. Conversations about the soaring robbery and theft rates in London are commonplace for Australian travelers visiting the UK, says Samuel. Everyone knows of somebody in Australia that's had their phone stolen in London, he says. It's definitely common to hear. The warnings in Australia, everyone knows that. Despite the warnings, Samuel became one of around 80,000 people whose phones were stolen in London last year. No way. So he actually did get his phone stolen. Wow. Walking up a flight of stairs at Euston Station with his mobile in his back pocket, he noticed he had been pickpocketed when he reached the top. The experience had such an impact on him that he still finds himself checking his pockets in Australia, even though phone theft is non-existent out there, if this story is true. I mean, it seems like a common thing, but you never know when it's just text and article, just saying. Warnings about London's crime are not just hearsay out in Australia. They are now being issued by the Australian government. I like how the article actually just addressed what I was basically saying. That's kind of cool. About the hearsay stuff. So let's see what the government's saying about this in Australia. The government website Smart Traveller has raised the UK travel advice from a level 1 to a level 2 warning, urging Australians to exercise a high degree of caution when visiting Britain, adding that petty crime is common, including pickpocketing, and alerting readers to thieves who use scooters and bicycles to snatch belongings. We've got some more data. Mobile phone thefts on the rise. Number of mobile phone thefts in London. And we can see, ever since, so it dropped during lockdown, presumably, like 2020, 2021. But ever since 2022, it's been increasing more and more, although 2023 and 2024 are kind of leveling off, but still increasing.
Holy cow.
But yeah, I think that's where I'm going to leave this one for today. The rest of that article seems to go on and give more anecdotes, and I think we get the point. So yeah, I don't have much else to say on this. Let me know what you think about all this stuff in the comments. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did enjoy this video, you enjoyed my coverage, please consider liking and subscribing. Helps out the channel greatly, and I appreciate it, and I'll see you in the comments here and in the next.
Hey, what's up guys, Rip here. So today we're going to be talking about a particular YouTube channel that is ridiculous for reasons that will become very clear in just a moment. And due to the subject matter we're going to cover, this video will likely get bonked by YouTube, so becoming an engaged viewer by liking, subscribing, or commenting on this video will help get the message out there. This also makes you an engaged viewer, which means your view will actually count. This is a new system on YouTube where you can watch a video in its entirety, but if you don't do those 3 steps, or at least one of them to become an engaged viewer, your view might not count. So let's do one of those and help spread the message, because what's happening here is insane. Over the years, I've talked about hundreds of content creators, you know, channels I disagree with, channels that I think might even have some messed up rhetoric, but there are some rare times where the channel we're talking about is just, they gotta go. Like, this is another example that this channel has gotta go. What they're doing is so predatory and insane, they do not belong here. So here's the channel we're talking about today. It's called Fight the Beast, okay? And this channel explains what the beast is in a pinned video, which will be ironic for many reasons in just a second. But the beast, to her, or was, addiction to adult content and acting upon that. She sells herself as a coach that will help you heal from an adult content addiction, okay? And this is something she has campaigned on. This is something she has monetized for many years, and she has described that she has helped hundreds, if not thousands of men try to get over this addiction. So if you go to her links page, you might be confused why this coach fighting this sort of addiction has some standard links right here about people trying to quit, but also has this link saying, not interested in recovery, with spicy emojis around it. And to answer your first question, yes, it's a link to her OnlyFans pages. And to answer your second question, yes, one of them is paywalled with full-on pornography that she's posting, okay? I cannot sugarcoat this enough. This is some of the most vile content and choices I've ever seen on YouTube to basically captivate this audience that for years and years, we're going to help you get through your addiction to adult content, and then to turn around years later and basically say, you probably will never beat this, so let me sell you my adult content instead. Basically trying to trap all these people in a net she's been collecting for years to financially benefit herself by feeding into their addictions that they were trusting her to help them beat. That is diabolical, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see like the descent, like recently you can see, you know, posting the OnlyFans and why she left religion and all these things. Then you scroll down to like a year ago, right? Where she's giving tips on how to beat this addiction. But now she's basically telling you, pay me to feed into it. That's how insane things have gotten. And recently she went viral, and this is how I noticed this account in the first place, because of this post she made 3 weeks ago. You can see it's going.
This happened to you once? What, where someone said they could help you with your adult content addiction and then they tried to sell you their blue site? Is that what happened? That's so crazy.
It's going really well right now. It's titled, From Porn Addiction Recovery Coach to OnlyFans, What Broke Me? And it's so ironic she describes it as, what broke me? Because clearly something was broken over the past year or so that led her down this insanely manipulative and disgusting path where she's trying to monetize the people she was attempting to help for years.
I'm honestly so scared of making this video, and I will cry. Not because I think that I'm in the wrong, but most of you won't understand. As the title of this video said, after 5 years of teaching porn and sexual addiction recovery, I created and launched an OnlyFans. That decision has hurt a lot of people tremendously. People have told me that they had panic attacks, that they've cried, that they felt sick, that they were shaking, and I feel terrible about that. But I need you to trust me in a way. Understand that this decision was made very, very carefully. Understand that I have my reasons for what I did.
Money.
Yeah.
That's the reason. Money.
Money.
She is charging a very large sum for people to get into that page. And if she thought this stuff was so helpful, wouldn't she just give it out for free? Right? Like she's trying to paywall this for her own enrichment. And on top of that, like you can hear the coping. There's a level of self-awareness here where she's like, you know, I'm so sad about this. I was so scared to post this. And I've heard a lot of people like, yeah, no kidding. People trusted you. They confided in you. They paid you for help to break their addiction to this cycle.
Yeah.
And now you're feeding into it and monetizing it.
Now you're making
That
it
is
worse.
So disturbing. It turns out the beast was her. She was the beast all along. And she's been playing people like a fiddle for years. And yes, to this woman, you are wrong. You set people up for failure. You try to help them, quote unquote, try to help them, and now you're feeding into the thing that is ruining their life just so you can make a quick buck. Now, here's another section of this video we're going to look at where she talks about taking ownership.
In the new link in my bio, you can go scroll down and it says, I don't want to quit porn. And then there's a page that says, what do you want? I don't want to quit porn. I do want to quit porn. You have that choice. Okay. And I think that's a very important choice for men to recognize. I have worked with so many men that deep down I knew that they didn't want to quit. They just didn't want to feel guilty anymore. And it's very hard. I've worked with some men for months, even years, and I'm just like, they like what they're doing. And I want those people to just take ownership. The world is extremely complex. There's a lot of nuance here. I think we really need to stop blaming the porn industry, stop blaming female creators. And so I literally threw myself out there, literally saying, what, you're going to blame me? The one that you respect the most, you're going to blame me? Well, a lot of people lost respect for me, I guess. I don't know. But it's like, don't blame me. That content, I'll put it out there. You still have the choice. You can.
Of course they're going to blame you, you idiot.
Book a recovery call.
You are feeding. Oh my God. That's like, it's like a recovering alcoholic buying a bar and saying that they want to help people quit drinking because they own a bar and they will pour any of their alcoholic drinks on the floor that people order there.
Call with me. You can book a coaching call with me.
But if they don't want to quit, then they just give them their drink. Are you stupid?
Or you can.
Are you some dumb or plum dumb, lady?
Like I said in my TikTok video, sink your ship. Like, that's up to you, bro. Like, you got to decide, like, which force is stronger in your head. I mean, the porn's out there. There's plenty of it. I'm just saying, look, the choice is yours. I'm not fighting the industry. You're fighting the industry in your own head, and you have to decide what you want. You're fighting yourself.
This section is crazy, right? What do you want? She keeps asking over and over again, what do you want? Okay, ask a crackhead what they want. Hold up a job application and potential sobriety and then put a brick next to it. I think I know what they're probably going to take in most cases. That is so stupid as someone who is trying to convince people that what they were doing was harming them and self-destructive.
Yeah, that's
and then
dumb.
to turn around and say, well, what do you want? Yeah, what do you want? And then she goes, well, to help with that choice, I threw myself out there. And now you're going to blame me? Someone who you hold up on such a pedestal? Like, she tries to literally guilt trip and shame these people into feeling like they have to support this new treatment, which I feel bad even saying that in quotes. And she's trying to basically make herself out to be some sacrificial lamb, trying to save all these men she supposedly cared so much about, while literally feeding into the thing that they wanted to rid their lives of, right? And she couldn't even help herself, right? She's not just going for this new OnlyFans angle of her treatment program. She was also doing so while shilling recovery calls and coaching. Like, don't worry. You might go on to the new page and you'll relapse and have an issue, but if that happens, don't worry. You could always pay me more for a recovery call. Yeah, why do you need those services if none of these things are self-destructive in any sort of a way? And she uses the justification of, well, it's all out there. You know, at one point she talks about like the adult industry and how terrible and awful it is, but what she's doing is totally like fine and whatever. But she tries to say like, this stuff's out there, so what's the harm in me jumping in? Well, that's like someone saying to a drug addict, like, dude, what's the big deal? There's so much out there already. And making it even worse, this would be like their recovery therapist saying it to them and then offering them some directly and saying, not only can you do this, and I'll help you do it, you shouldn't feel ashamed. That is a common theme throughout the video. We're not playing the whole 28-minute video, don't worry.
Wild.
But she talks over and over again about shame and guilt and how you should never feel those things, and she genuinely believes that it's not the content, it's not the addiction, it's the shame That's the problem. People feeling guilty.
Oh.
That's what's feeding all this. There's no reason to
Got
stop
it.
making
It's
this
the
stuff.
shame.
It's clearly not harmful. It's like
It's the
literally
shame.
insane. And she even tries at many points not just to say you shouldn't feel guilty. She's saying basically this stuff isn't wrong at all, and that a lot of men, well, they don't want to quit this thing even though they're addicted to it. Like the fact that she's called, you know, fight the beast, and now we're saying like she's like the beast. I can't help myself. Like 2 Corinthians 11:14, and no wonder, for Satan himself
Get him, Red.
masquerades as an angel of lights. What she's doing with this new arc, she is trying to normalize and even profit from these self-destructive behaviors. She's trying to convince these people who were once seeking help to now
Get 'em,
normalize and
Rev.
even encourage them to engage with this stuff for her own monetary gain, while she's trying to act like she's doing them a service, that she's sacrificing herself and her time and her energy to help them out with this new endeavor. This is so beyond diabolical. I can't even believe this is real. Now she's going to get into some bullet points about her new radical treatment method, and it's just as insane as you might have thought.
Okay, so here's a couple bullet points on just what the new program is going to look like and what I feel called to teach. First one is rewiring sexual arousal patterns for freedom and self-mastery, not just through denial, but through rewiring. The next one is rebuild sexual vitality and pleasure sensitivity. Like, who doesn't want that? I want. Everyone wants that. The next one is I'm going to take aggressive measures to help people shift out of shame cycles. I think.
So is she a licensed therapist or anything like that at all? Or is she just an advocate and trying to help? Is this just a random person? Or does she have like a therapy? Does she have a degree in therapy? Because I'm beginning to think that she just created this self-help thing because she was into this and she was like, I want to make content like that. All these girlies are making money. I want to make money. Me.
I think this is extremely important. So important that I was willing to maybe mildly destroy my own life for it. I did what
mildly
I had to do.
destroy
Like,
your
I literally
own.
was a
Okay,
human sacrifice for the
gaslight, girl
idea of,
boss,
please stop
gatekeep.
shaming yourself. And I hope I shook a lot of people. And I hope
What a
you
fool.
are more at peace now. Some will call me a villain, some will call me a hero.
Every single one of these is just like
No
the most
one's gonna
desperate
call you a
attempt
hero.
to, legitimize what she's doing and rationalize it as well. And she starts with that whole rewiring process. I don't know, man. That sounds like some commie gobbledygook to me. Like rewiring. How are you going to do that? You're going to rewire them? And at different points in the video, she basically says like your brain's already been completely like screwed. Like it's been changed so much by this addiction. Like you basically are completely cooked. But then she's like, oh, well, don't worry. Don't worry about anyone else. I can rewire your brain. Like that's absolutely crazy.
Thanks.
And also, you know, she spends a lot of the previous clip saying like, this is optional. This is voluntary. You don't have to do this. But then she talks about some of the benefits of this. And she says, who doesn't want this? Everyone does. So she's literally making it clear that she wants everyone to engage with this stuff, no matter what's going on. And oh my God. The Messiah complex at the end about sacrificing herself to end the shame of everyone else. Do you see like the metaphor she's going for here? It's again, it's just diabolical. Okay, she is basically saying, I'm going to sacrifice myself for financial gain, and you're going to see me as the hero at the end of all this. I mean, bro, they couldn't write an anime
you're the
villain
hero,
like this. This
you
is so
fool.
corny and ridiculous, but we kind of find out, I think, through some slips here, like why this is happening, and it makes it even more shameful. Basically, she describes this section as letting go, but it's more like giving up.
Another thing that I needed to personally do is I needed to let go of trying to control men. It was a very hard job. It wore me down. It was exhausting trying to constantly carry men. Men are supposed to be the leaders, okay? I, as a feminine woman, cannot carry men and their problems. It is not my job to tell men what to do. I don't have the energy for it. I don't have the energy.
Then why did you create your quote unquote program? Anybody? Anyone? Why'd you create your program? Because you wanted to prey on those men because you realized, oh, I can't control them. I can't get them to think this way. I can't get them to think that way. I'm just gonna give in. I'm just gonna give in. Give them what they want. Show me what you've got.
I just don't have the energy. If you want to quit, quit. If you don't want to quit, don't. I'll tell you how to do it, but I'm tired of trying to convince men what they should be doing. It just was emotionally very hard. I think every man needs to decide for himself. And now what I'm doing is I'm just holding.
You can't help someone that doesn't want help. You can't do that. You can't. Anyone who has ever been to therapy or anything like that, or have been in a situation of addiction, if they don't want help, then they're not going to get help. And if they don't want help from anyone else, then they're just not going to do it. They have to want to help themselves in order to actively go out and get the help and put those things into practice. They have to. We got this girl, he's just like, oh, you know what, you're addicted to adult content. Here's my adult content. Buy it, pay me.
Holding up the mirror and I'm saying, what do you want?
Welcome in, Shadow. How we doing?
What do you want? What do you want?
I
What
want
side
her
of
to
this do you
shut up.
stand on? What's going to bring you joy? I want to force you into your logical brain here.
You know what's
I
going to
wanna
bring me
help you to
joy? When
understand that
Rev's
you have a say,
done
you have
talking
power over your
about
life.
this.
You don't have to let this control you. You can make the choice that makes you happy, but take full ownership.
Hey, she had me in the first half. Am I right, fellas? Okay. Jokes aside, it goes off the rails real quick there. Basically, she tries to say over and over again, it's up to the man to decide.
Yeah.
Wait,
right.
what? Like, why were people paying you this whole time? Like, you were coaching people for years, probably making a lot of money, and now you're just saying, well, it's on you, dude. Like, it's up to you, bruh. What do you mean? You're basically saying it was, like, pointless to ever seek out help over this stuff. It's such a defeatist and really awful thing to say that it's just kind of like, if you want it, you can get it. If you don't, you don't. It's really that simple, guys. And she keeps asking again, like, what do you want? What do you want? And she talks about, like, thinking logically about this. And she really kind of, like, makes it clear. It's like, what makes you feel best in the moment? That's like this animalistic instinct that separates us, right? As a species. We have at least...
All right. Do your worst.
Channel points are on sale for 16 seconds.
Do your worst.
Fire sale.
Ow. Do your worst. Let it out. Let it out. Let it out. Ow. Ow. Ow.
Jojo, pose.
All right. Get it out. Get it out of your system. Get it out of your system. Get it out of your system. Yep. Get it out. Yep.
I think the girls with their nails done now.
I'm not stinky, you're stinky. Are we ready?
The capability in most cases to understand, like, yeah, there might be a lot of things I want, but acting on that all the time would be a really bad thing. People would act on what makes them feel best in the moment their entire life.
And this person, Fight the Beast, is stinky too.
Really quickly. This is a super dangerous thing to say to anyone, especially someone who has an addiction like this. But guys, don't worry. She wraps this off with a absolutely stunning closing statement. Her final message filled with more tears and more... I don't even know. I'm at a loss here. Let's just listen to her fight against the beast and how she's reflecting on everything she's done and the road to the future.
And finally, I want people to have an exciting, healthy relationship with themselves and their sexuality. Take away the shame. Love yourself, love your body, love your sexuality. Honor it, respect it, be excited about it, and learn to make good decisions with it. Maybe my final emotional message here is that although
Here's a hot take. Last I heard, it was clinically proven that adult content addiction was deemed as not a real thing, basically unrecognized by professional standards. So I'm willing to bet she wouldn't need any kind of training or certification to start, quote unquote, treating people who have it. Yeah, that's my thing, is like, even if you feel like it's an addiction and you want to get help for it, you have to want to help yourself, though. That's the thing. In any form of addiction, any form, it doesn't matter. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you're addicted to chestnuts roasting over an open fire. If you don't want help, then you're not going to actively go seek help. And she probably started this because she did feel like that she needed to help, right? She like needed to do this niche thing because of that statement right there, where it's clinically proven that it's not an addiction, and she believes that it is an addiction. And then she's like, I have to help because professionals aren't helping. I have to help. And then she did all this dumb research or psychology research or whatever. And then she was like, I can help. I'm a coach.
So I
Now she's selling her own friggin' adult content.
loved fighting the beast. I realized
If you feel like it's an addiction, then it probably is. That's my opinion. I mean, people do have addictive personalities, right? Like those exist. The addictive personality is a trait. We can actually say that that's a thing. That's scientifically proven that you can have an addictive personality because you're addicted to the dopamine or the serotonin that happens, like the feel good chemicals that happen when you do things, you know. So like it's a thing. Like we have people who drink coffee and it makes them feel good. You know, it does make your body addicted to the caffeine, but you feel good when you drink coffee because of that addictive thought process or personality trait or what have you. So, and caffeine is like the most addictive substance in the world. There's a ton of people addicted to caffeine.
that the beast was not the industry, not urges. The beast was deeply hurting people. I think my greatest sin in this whole process, the thing that I regret the most, is that I wasn't fighting, while I thought I was fighting the forces of evil, while I thought I was fighting the devil, so to speak, what I was really fighting was broken people, and in some ways making their hurt worse. I think of the hundreds, maybe thousands of calls at this point of people telling me, I'm so sorry I relapsed. No one should have to tell me that they're sorry for relapsing, that they're sorry for being broken. I'm not a priest that you have to confess to. I'm a friend.
You played one. You played one. Oh my God. No. No, the guilt tripping is crazy. I'm allergic to bullshit.
That understands your want and hurt. My goal from now on, moving forward, is not to tell people that they're not good enough and to tell them that they should be better. It's to give them what they're truly lacking, inspire them to seek it out in real life, and to help them believe that they can.
Yeah, guys, she loves fighting the beast, the devil, as she saw in many cases, but turns out, number one, you can't win, I guess, and also it turns out, well, she's the beast. Yeah, she's the beast.
Mama said the alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth, but no toothbrush.
She's the one who told you what you're doing for years and years was wrong, and you needed to fix it, and then she's the one to turn around and feed you the thing that you were addicted to and that you were convinced was ruining your life. And it's not just anyone doing it, it's the person who is helping you, quote unquote, helping you all this time. And she describes herself as a friend.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Back up. Okay, a little weird, a little parasocial, and also
very parasocial, actually.
She describes how many of her clients would develop feelings for her. And she even said too many of them. And it's like, it seems so grossly parasocial, not just now, but it's always been that way.
Very parasocial.
Like, I really cannot believe the dynamic going on here. And she also has this quote about, like, she believes in you that, like, you can seek what you want and you can get it. And we're talking about an addiction to adult content. What are we saying? Like, what kind of a twisted, insane message is this? I cannot
That is an insane message.
This is a real sentient human being. I don't know if this is, I have a feeling, but either this is incredible stupidity and hypocrisy on levels you can't imagine, or this is just true diabolical actions at play here. I don't really know any other way to break this down. But for now, and don't worry, there's a lot more to go into with their channel. There's a lot of yapping, a lot more crazy stuff to get into, but that's enough for today. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Crazy. Crazy. All right, we got a Hassan crash out.
Talking about our favorite champagne socialist, Hassan Piker.
Yay,
Now, the reason we're
champagne
talking about him is
socialist.
because he's crashing out over the reaction to his latest puff piece, this time released by GQ,
He had a puff piece
where
written.
even his own fans are calling it cringe, making him even more upset. And he's also going to talk about many different parties in this article, including the usual suspects for him, the people who live rent-free in his head. I'm talking, of course, about Ethan Klein and Asmongold as well. Now, as always, make sure to like, comment, or subscribe. You guys get the drill at this point. So let's jump right into today's video. Now, there's been a long string of puff pieces made about Hassan Piker. His PR budget must be through the roof. We've seen some classics recently, like this one by the New York Times titled "A Progressive Mind and a MAGA Body. Hassan Piker pumps iron, likes weapons, and wears pearls." Amazing stuff. And then we have this one from NPR, where you can see the title, "Hassan Piker, a himbo gateway drug," to the left. Not to be dramatic, but would you die for Hassan Piker?
What?
As you can see, the reception has been great on these puff pieces, but this is the most recent
the
source,
reception is
GQ
amazing.
magazine. And I don't know if you guys are like me. I remember GQ magazine being on the shelves when I was a kid, and it's been many years since I've heard about them, and I am shocked. I am floored they're not bankrupt. Honestly, it's a miracle they're still around. Now, for those not familiar, this is their About section. Who we are. GQ is the global flagship of men's fashion, the arbiter of cool for anyone who sees the world through the lens of taste and style. Honestly, Hassan Piker is a great fit for a group of self-important narcissists like this who think they're the arbiter of anything cool and anything to do with taste or style.
I'm the arbiter.
Now, brace
of
yourselves.
cool.
We're going to look at the cover image of this.
Gotta go. Well, thanks for being here, Atlas. We'll see you later, Gator.
Hassan Piker.
Well, maybe we'll see you tomorrow for the hardcore event. Everyone gets a revive, I guess, is what's happening in that Discord.
Wow. That's all I can say. Wow. This has to be bait at this point.
Definitely bait.
What is he doing, man? You can see he's really letting it all.
New seed? No. That would make a lot of the that would make everyone who's alive really mad. No new seed, same world.
It all hang loose, and honestly, it goes right with his strategy. I mean, his fan base is going to gobble stuff like this up, and they're going to give him even more support because they care more about how he looks than the practicality of the things that he's saying. And you can see his head, again, so disproportionately small to his body. It's like medically fascinating. I'm not even saying this to be mean or anything. It is medically fascinating how disproportionate his head is to the rest of his body. But anyways, you can see the headline, Hassan Piker thinks America might be cooked. Well, they're definitely cooked if this guy's supposed to be like the inspiration for the youth politically, but you can see the small intro here. Martial law canceled elections. The combative leftist streamer Hassan Piker, I'm pretty sure he hates being associated with the left, but anyways, he predicts an ominous possible future for the U.S. He's fighting back the only way he knows how, by raging against Trump, Israel, Democrats, and the wannabe bad boys of the manosphere. This is a real article. Someone got paid to write this. Now, things get really crazy when you start reading sections of the article, and you really quickly understand the kind of situation we're dealing with here in terms of coverage. This is a real passage, okay? His Bernese beefcake Kaya tussles with a few other golden brown dogs as Piker burns through his 70-minute workout, exhausting himself in the process. He strips his shirt off. An army of girls and gays, not to mention admiring looks maxers, would kill to be where I am now, next to Piker, as he pants in a pair of neon shorts with black Calvin Klein boxers poking out and sunlight glistening off the sweat beaded on his chest hairs. This literally reads like erotica. This is literally like an erotic fan fiction someone wrote about him. But no, this is an author contributing to GQ, a magazine that's been around for decades. Someone got paid money to write this absolute slop. It's insane. And here's some more pictures that they made of Hassan Piker, captioned, Medicare for all, TRT for all, Ozempic for all, HRT for all, including children. That's my argument, Hassan Piker says, and you gotta trust him. He's a conventionally attractive man striking a pose like this. You gotta believe him, right? He's got all the answers. This is pretty much what GQ is going for. It's really what Hassan's going for at this point. But when you start asking, you know, Hassan, make the rich pay Piker, how do you achieve these goals? Because his politics reads like a wish list. I want this, we should have that, so on and so forth. But if you ask him, how are we gonna do that? How does that actually come into place? There's no answer. Crickets. And even worse yet, he would never sacrifice anything of his own to make it happen. This guy lives in a $3 million home, drives a $200,000 luxury car. He is not going to be bothered to do any sort of contribution to make this happen, even as a self-proclaimed socialist. Now, there's one more little, oh God, brace yourselves again. This is the photo a lot of people are really making fun of right now. But what I found very interesting about this is that Hassan reposted this, where it says Taylor Swift has likely seen the new GQ photo of Hassan Piker in bathtub featured in the same issue as her current boyfriend, Travis Kelce. Why would he repost this? Why would he care about this? It's so weird. It shows the level of vanity here. That's all about showing off his looks to not just people, but celebrities he's trying to get attention from. And in this case, secondary attention, incidental attention, just by being in the same magazine as Taylor Swift's
just
boyfriend.
all stretched out.
Anyways, you knew it was coming,
Ridiculous.
right? He does anything, there's got to be a link to Asmongold. Asmongold lives so rent-free in this guy's mind, it even shows itself in interviews completely unprompted. And for context, before we get into these segments about Asmon in the actual article, let's look at a clip from a few days ago where Hassan calls out Asmongold and how he's brainwashing the youth and corrupting them with his political views. How
Let's
ironic.
talk about that.
I know that there's a lot of people who started watching me when they were like 12. I know that, and they just like grew up watching me, which is good, I think. Under different circumstances, I say is bad, but I know what that environment looks like outside. Like, could you imagine a 12-year-old learning politics from like watching Andrew Tate or like Asmongold or something? You know what I mean? That's like devastating. That is you're just getting one-shotted from the jump. You're coming into an environment where you're just like,
you're just basically saying, I'm glad I'm getting kids into socialism.
I am going to learn everything on the opposite side of reality. New kids in corporate settings are talking like that chatter. It's insane law. Yeah, you got spawn camped. It's over. You have to hit a reset. It's over. You took L after L from the start.
So now that we've seen that clip from just a few days ago, it makes this section of the GQ interview even more ironic. So in the interview, he talks about some young Democratic influencers like Dean Withers and Harry Sisson, where basically he makes it very clear that he's trying to influence what they can or can't do. He's literally trying to alter how they should act. Doesn't that sound very ironic after the clip we just watched? Both of these guys, I'm pretty sure they're like 20 or 21, but here's the actual quote. He's also trying to mentor new establishment Dem influencers like Dean Withers and Harry Sisson. I told Dean personally, 1, stop with this liberalism stuff. What does he mean by that? Cut it out. Become more leftist. And 2, try to do things that are not just debate focused, he says. They're not listening to me, so who knows? Interesting stuff, trying to tell these guys what to do. The same thing that he's accusing Asmongold of doing. But the funny thing about this is, Hassan, you can have him. Like, nobody wants Dean Withers. This is the same guy, in case you're not familiar, who had an absolute crash out when one of his viewers on TikTok pointed out the fact that he's smoking on a vape.
I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay, so it's not a vape. All right, it's an anxiety pin, and God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is, at this point, getting ridiculous.
Anxiety pin.
So please,
justified crash out.
For the final and for the billionth time, will you please just respect the fact that it's not a vape and that is an anxiety pin?
It's a goddamn anxiety pen. Get it right.
What flavor is your vape?
Yo, you really got me.
Get the
in for this.
Get the out.
Yeah. The future looks really bright, guys. The future looks really bright. But anyways, this continues on with some more clips here from Hassan in his latest stream, where he's reacting to people going over the GQ article. And basically, he's seeing a lot of backlash from his opponents. I think everyone knew that would happen, right? People who don't like Hassan are going to look back and laugh at it. Even Hassan knows that. But there's something that's really making him upset. It's the fact that his own chat is starting to roast him over this stuff. And he starts getting very defensive, which is not too surprising. And he begins to, once again, invoke Asmongold. And he says, basically, guys, don't be like Asmongold fans. Like, they can't even criticize him without being labeled Asmongold fans. This is rent-free on another level.
It's not that I think it hurt your feelings, but definitely does not paint a positive view of the general public as someone who should be listened to about politics. You're wrong about that. Only this community will see their favorite streamer get a major magazine article and go, actually, no, this sucks. You shouldn't like this and be happy. I know. But they're wrong. And I think that there's no reason to even go back and forth on whether or not this is negative framing, especially considering that idiotic drama-laden haters are probably going to do that over and over again. And the same dumb that were like, oh, well, I told you this was bad, will then relitigate those cynical criticisms because they're fucking jealous. Let's be real. And they will bring
And
that back
breaking
over here to be like,
1
see,
minute.
I told you.
Want to watch
See,
it
Asmongold
free?
said this article sucks.
Subscribe
Well,
to
Asmongold doesn't know how to read. Why do you care about what his perspective is?
To use that
you know?
free Prime sub, baby.
There's already plenty relatively sizable communities that literally make it a pivotal part of their content to just like consistently undermine every single thing that I do. I am an experienced media personality. I have an understanding of how these things work. This is literally my professional job. And I'm telling you, my assessment of this is that this is a very good, very humanizing piece, especially considering that it shows the full scope. Okay. It shows that I'm brash. It shows that I can be edgy, but it also
shows that
does
you're
not,
a fool.
Hide that I am a progressive figure who is genuine, who believes in the things that I speak out on, and I'm hard-headed and stubborn.
So moving on from that side of the video, we're going to another part of the interview where Hassan tackles the terrorism allegations. Imagine being in a place as a content creator, influencer, whatever you want to call him, and having to constantly deal with terrorism allegations, where he says this: you have a guy like me, name is Hassan, and I'm saying, no, you don't understand. Israel is still very much the responsible party for October 7th, for like 75 years of brutal occupation and apartheid. And now people are like, oh, you're a terrorist? And that really hasn't gone away. Well, the thing is about the October 7th comments, he denies the rapes that were documented from that attack, but that's
crazy,
one of the reasons
dude.
people go after him for that. But this
coming up,
comment
chat,
about, oh,
so
you're a
be
terrorist, and
prepared.
saying
We will
that
be
doesn't
taking
go
a break.
away. I mean, it started long before any of those comments about October 7th. Like, a lot of people more aptly have claimed he's a terrorist supporter. And, you know, is it really surprising people are doing that? And it's also interesting that GQ would even interview someone like this in the first place. You know, a guy who said very clearly years ago that he believes America deserved 9/11. He's the same guy who platforms and also blazed up a known Houthi terrorist. He's also the guy who said that he doesn't have an issue.
182nd ad break starting.
All right.
Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
We will be right back, gamers.
Yep, here they come. Here they come.
Oh, fuck this. I'm leaving.
I don't think so.
No, they don't care for gold. Ah! He's very angry.
Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no.
Get out of the trash. I can hear you getting in the trash.
Oh, bro, guess what? I got a Joja Cola out of it.
You.
Slurp, slurp. I have plus 13 energy. Do you?
I mean, I could eat this melon.
But you're gonna deliver it to someone.
Well, if I can find. Oh, hi. Wow.
Are you here? Can you say hello? Can you talk to me? Please? Do you wanna go out for McDonald's? Are you single?
Give me dots and ghost orbs for Raiju.
Lots of ghost orbs, okay. Go back down. Then we'll get a camera.
I'm really leaning towards Raiju because when it goes in this bathroom upstairs, I'm pretty sure my thermometer is on. I prefer Rush E. That's my favorite song to goon to. I try to goon to the tempo of the song. It's like the ultimate edge, the ultimate edging device. You know, it starts off real slow, gets real fast, and then it slows back down. It really pulls you back into the gear.
You start with You start with Seabat, and then you go to Rushy. Seabat is like
break
level
starting.
1, and then
Thank you
Rushy
for
is
sticking
like
around and
the
supporting the
highest
channel.
level of goon you could possibly reach.
Get yours weird, guys.
Professional goon. Welcome to Hot Takes with Hero. Are you worried about your highlight reels being taken away? Because Twitch wants to enforce 100 hours of highlights? Well, there is a solution. Since you are being a little irresponsible with your data, you can get something called the Twitch Downloader. It is a very helpful tool that will mass download your VODs clips, and there's even a website that will allow you to turn all your highlights into a URL, and you can take that URL, plug it right into Twitch Downloader, and it'll get all your highlights for you and download them. Then you can take them, put them on YouTube, TikTok, wherever you want.
Donovan D. Dawson's a dirty dog. He farts in the garden wearing his car keys or looking for his car keys.
Angry bees. Piece of me, angry bees. I'm a PvP master. Okay. You're not mad at me? Are you mad at me now? You just... Okay.
Doing that all the time. I'm floating.
Yes, you were flying.
You are
What?
flying. How are you flying?
How are you flying?
Whoa! I mean, I was.
You take damage. Oh,
Toma! We're trying to make friends. That's not how we make friends.
Doesn't even punch your tickets, and you're already coming in here letting Omega out of the box. No. You guys just come in, barge through the door, yelling, ah. Really? You're just gonna... Luscious, thank you for punching your ticket. Welcome to the observatory. The toad is over.
Do you teach geography? Do you teach math? Do you teach science? What do you teach? Where are you? How old are you? Are you pizza? You're pizza. Okay, Pizza Ghost confirmed, chat. Pizza Ghost confirmed.
Hey, whoa, Jen, come on. I'm still right here. We gotta talk about this. So listen, if we're gonna be in a polyamorous relationship, we just gotta talk about it. Communication is key here.
Don't worry, she's always...
Who's George and where do they live?
His grandpa, who's in
George wants hot peppers to rub on his knee, I guess.
I know. Are there any grown?
Yep.
Are there grown?
Jesus, okay, there's a pepper. Holy shit. She's broken.
No spider legs? Okay. So close to being a whole spider. Yeah. Don't move. I can totally see when you run through the bushes.
All right, we're back. Let's get into this
with the designated
hiker puff
terrorist
piece that
organization
failed.
Hezbollah, and also praised Yemen Houthis for seizing civilian ships.
Welcome in.
I mean, I can't believe
Tacos,
someone would
welcome
say
in.
something like that. I can't believe he'd have to dispel these sorts of claims after his history like this. But anyways, it's all a part of the plan, ladies and gentlemen. It's all a part of the plan. So all of this PR he's doing, all of this is what he describes as terrorism insurance.
In my opinion, the GQ article bookends really well with the NPR piece from the other day. They're both something you can point to normie libs if they have questions about Hassan, the terrorist supporting guy. Exactly. Exactly. Precisely. That is the whole point. A lot of these articles are just like terror.
What have I clicked into? We're doing the news. We're talking about all the news that's happened. I'm doing well, Tacos. A little defeated, but we'll be okay. We will prevail.
Terrorism insurance. Remember that. Okay? This is something you show your parents. This is something you show like fucking insane haters and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. Good
Wow.
job.
I mean, what else can you do but clap
Idiot.
for this guy at this point? He's like a circus monkey, right? He's giving us endless
He is
entertainment.
like a circus
this guy
monkey.
is facing down these
Way
legitimate
to go, Zub. You
criticisms
just
about what he
finished nice.
said
How
about
was it?
terrorist
How'd it go?
organizations and terrorist attacks. And he
How
just
was the
responds by
strum?
saying, well, I'm doing all this PR to get terrorism insurance. So if somebody sees this who's a normie, I'm going to have some benefit of the doubt because of these puff pieces. It's just out in the open. He's unashamedly admitting to what's going on here and what he's trying to do with this massive PR movement he's been doing over the past couple of months, if not longer. And of course, we
kept
get these
crashing.
allegations right that
Boo.
this is all rage
Boo.
bait. I don't really know at what point rage bait is worth it anymore, when it just makes the people who
Phasma
don't like
worked
you
on getting the
not
farm
like you
badge.
further, and the people
Nice.
who do like you start to
Haven't made it
question
that
you a
far
bit.
on my farm
And
badge
you can see
yet.
some of the quotes where he's literally trying his best to be edgy, with another banger photo or example of the one from the cover where GQ shares this right here saying Hassan Piker on Zoran Mamdani. Big Z's the man. He's great. He's going to implement woke Sharia in New York. Very excited about
Gross.
that. All the buildings have to face Mecca. That kind of good stuff. It's not even
Gross.
like good rage bait. It's just like, at this point, like you pretty much have to associate this with his real beliefs, because this is not far off at all to what he normally would say or believe. He's trying to claim this is all rage bait, but it's not really working. It's not a very valid defense anymore. But you knew at some point, right?
Awful.
Ethan Klein would get involved. He would
Of
comment
course
about
he
this, but
does.
he was included in the interview before he made any sort of a reaction to it. And yeah, he shared this with this comment saying, "Have we jumped the shark yet, folks?" Which is, of course, a Happy Days reference when Arthur Fonzarelli literally jumped a shark in the show, and that was pretty much the downfall of that show. But anyways, this is the quotes about Ethan Klein from the article, and it's something. It says, "Some have accused Klein of having a psychosexual obsession with Piker." No, not some.
Been on a short vacation to visit family, hanging out now since everyone's heading to bed. Right on. I hope your little vacation is going well.
Some people, Hassan has said that multiple times. Let's make that clear.
Oh.
But he goes on with a quote here from Hassan saying, "He talks about my body and the way I look a lot. I don't know why. Maybe it's low-hanging fruit for him. He was always a funny guy. He was never a big looker or anything. It wasn't part of his brand, so I never thought he cared about that sort of thing. But maybe after he lost weight, his personality changed a bit. I genuinely don't know. Last time I talked to Ethan, he was fat. I mean, he still had his issues, but at least he was seemingly more empathetic."
They have a pool, so we're resisting. Also, we're having a hard time resisting a good swim. That's fair.
That is the most vain quote I've ever seen. Believe me, if the roles were reversed in terms of the comments here and who was saying them, Ethan would be getting eaten alive on social media, being called an ableist, fatphobic, all these things. But when Hassan says it, well, I guess we're not supposed to care. On top of that, this guy saying Ethan is so obsessed with Hassan's looks. Hassan is obsessed with Hassan's looks. And this whole GQ article is heavily focused on his looks. I mean, that is like the whole point, right? The photo
very
shoot,
much is.
everything. It keeps coming back to, hey, look, I'm a conventionally attractive guy. That means I'm more believable, more likable, right? That's the whole point of this article. Everyone knows it. But at one point in his recent stream, Hassan was pressed as to why he's so obsessed with Ethan Klein. And he says, whoa, hold on a second. I didn't make this question. The interviewer just went off on their own about Ethan. I have no control.
Also, I didn't bring this up. He did, for the record.
Oh, for the record.
Like, the journalist did. I would not have brought up Ethan Klein on this profile if it were up to me.
Now, let's end with one last quote here about Ethan Klein. It says this: "The Klein fight reveals just how insular and incestuous the world of streaming is. These beefs and online persona are the substrate from which Piker, the streamer and person, springs. He texts with AOC sometimes, sure, But his close friends aren't campaign strategists and professional politicians. They're the creators he plays basketball with, like Ludwig, Buddha, and video game speedrunners like Point Crow, and the influencers who co-host his podcast Cutie Cinderella, Will Neff, and Austin Show. You could visualize the streaming world as a series of lunch tables or loose clusters of collaborators like the AMP Collective and the FaZe Clan. This world of influencers is its own Hollywood with a distinct cast of A-listers and cult faves. Piker recently attended creator Tara Yummy's birthday party. You guys big Tara Yummy fans? I have no idea who that is. Am I supposed to be impressed by this?
I don't know who that is either.
Apparently their birthday party at the Roosevelt Hotel, a weird collision between old and new school celebrity where FaZe adept and Jason the Ween sidled up next to Miranda Sings and Love Island contestants. Indie sleaze documenter Cobra Snake shot the photos.
What?
You know, just when I thought I was terminally online, I feel a little better.
Got to love the constant new posts about how the software bubble is on the literal edge of bursting. Meanwhile, I'm neck deep in the pool.
I don't know anything happening in this section. All I know is it sounds so
stay in the pool and relax.
Pretentious. It's actually nauseating. This sort of self-congratulatory, pat on the back type section here, amazing work. The puff piece couldn't get any puffier if they tried. And there's one more quote, just one more.
Than one of those puff jackets.
It's quite funny, and the reaction to it is just as funny. Another photo op from Hassan, where he says this comment on far-right clowns, aka anyone who disagrees with him, aka anyone to the right of Mao Zedong. He says this: I call it vice signaling. These guys, whether they're real villains or not, are presenting themselves as bad people, and people like it. Nobody likes cancel culture but GD. That stuff was keeping MFs in check. Yeah, Hassan hates cancel culture. He just loves the results of it. Okay, bro, but the comments are just glorious. Why is he doing a photo shoot / puff piece when there's a genocide? I know, literally. Look at his tiny head. You guys are promoting someone who literally cheers on terrorism. Why is he swimming with his shirt on? You forgot to add the clown makeup. Champagne socials are so tiresome. Unrepentant lib femme sex buyer equals opinion discarded. Petite bourgeoisie poses for a photo shoot. I mean, dude, anyone outside of his orbit or his immediate following, they look at this and they laugh. This doesn't help his image whatsoever.
Nope.
It's an absolute clown show, and everyone knows it. I mean, this is just kind of the peak of all the sort of puff pieces we've seen so far. But anyways, that's going to do this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Puffier than a jacket from the 90s.
XQC explains himself after Hassan claims he got reversed canceled for his Black Lives Matter tweet. I'm actually very curious what Hassan thinks reverse cancellation means.
It's the trend.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the example that always comes to my mind, I don't know if you guys know this, but like a couple months ago, someone posted they were like going after like Aiden Ross and XQC and their older tweets. And they were pulling up their tweets to like kind of reverse cancel them, but from the right. They were posting
what does it even mean?
About them being pro BLM.
Oh, reverse canceled from the right?
What does it even mean?
Because back then,
dude, X, this is normally where I would translate what the fuck is going on, but even I don't know what the fuck the shit coming out of his mouth is. Like, I swear, Hassan just makes up things that don't exist and then pretends that they exist. I'm gonna Google what reverse canceled even means. That's not even a thing that you can Google. Brother just made up a thing that doesn't exist and just acts like it existed. You can't even find that on Google, brother. What are you, the fucking Riddler? Oh, reverse canceled. Solve my riddles, Batman. What are you talking about?
What a fool.
That was the meta, right? Like everybody was, yeah. So like right wingers were like, "Look at you, dude. You were saying fucking Black Lives Matter. Like, what's up?"
We
with
are
that?
actually no. We're in a time.
We're not here.
Yeah.
We're not here.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's like that's like literally the smallest thing you can do in that situation. But like, but XQC didn't believe it. He was like, "Oh, this is the classic problem with people thinking that, like, you know, everything you see on the internet is
true, though.
And then, like, 5 minutes later, he replies to it. He's like, "Oh fuck, it is a real tweet."
Much
this
love
motherfucker forgot he tweeted in support of Black Lives Matter.
He tweeted in support of Black Lives Matter
in 2020.
Forgot.
Yeah.
Was shocked that he.
Well, Black Lives Matter is fine. Well, that's not. I think that's in the point.
Okay, you got this.
BLM in general is fine. That's not a problem. It's more about
the problem with BLM is once again. This goes without saying. Obviously, Black Lives Matter. Obviously, black people in the real world do have it rougher than, you know, all of the other races with what's happened since the 1950s with, like, the neighborhoods that they were designated to live in, as well as the environments that a lot of the lower income families, which just so happen to be black, all like existed, right? The problem is that just like feminism, feminism was about making women equal to men, but now it's about putting women on pedestals above men. And now black people, instead of Black Lives Matter being about all lives are equal and black people are equal to other races, a lot of the BLM movement was about now attacking every other race and hating white people, as well as I think the whole George Floyd incident was kind of like an odd scenario to be the thing that triggered Black Lives Matter, which is where I think a lot of people take issue with what BLM like became, rather than what it stood for to begin with.
It was more
reverse cancel from Hassan's brain means cancellation from the right, because when people talk about cancel culture, it's usually the left doing it. Okay, but the problem is you're having to translate what you think he said rather than just him use things that actually exist.
Right.
the protest at the time.
He didn't make a point. He made shit up.
Which is crazy. Because he's like, my bad, guys. I'm sorry. I thought black people were people.
Why are we apologizing?
Yeah. They're mixing the Yo, I was not that thin. Bro, they're mixing the thing.
Okay, I'm trying really hard to understand what X is trying to say here, and I don't get what he's saying here. I'm waiting for his clapback, but I'm not hearing it. But hopefully he'll explain. Because the clip says XQC explains himself after Hassan claims he got reverse canceled. I'm hoping there's an explanation. Because right now it seems like he blanked.
Wait, what did I say? What did I say? What? What did I just say? What did I say, question mark? Guys, they're kind of mixing up two topics though.
Okay.
Like, the movement and the protest is fine, right? The part where things go bad, right? You can still denounce that in any scenario.
Sure.
Even the protests that people were doing in LA, I was fine with it. I'm fine with all the protests, just when they're legal and fine. That's never.
I'm not okay with the LA riots at all. I think if you support them, I think you're actually just fucking stupid. Yeah, to be completely honest. There's a way for them to be done right, but they're not being done right. And I think any protest that elevates to harming civilians and harming police officers is something that I will denounce 100%. They're throwing concrete blocks into windows. They're starting fires on public property. They're illegally trespassing. There's a way to do protest correctly, and that's by voicing your concerns and getting people to be aware of the situation while not committing crimes. Excusing crimes, excusing looting, excusing vandalization, excusing trespassing, excusing hurting civilians, hurting officers. I think you're just brain broken if you're actually doing that.
You're gonna change?
Now, there is something important that I want to say after all of this, but I'm giving XQC the benefit of the doubt that he has a pretty good reason on why he backtracked.
Guys, I can still be extremely angry at people that do the bad things. I called out the looting last time too.
Sure, good.
Guys, I was calling out the looting and even while I was doing the tweets. You guys remember? I literally called out the looting and the fires.
Sure, good. Good.
That will never change. Okay. Looting is never good.
XQCL brother.
True.
You guys, I don't think everything's perfect. Because I don't think anything is perfect in the world, okay? And you can still criticize the bad things and the bad parts of stuff, okay? I think at the core, foundational, ideological movement, BLM is perfectly fine. There's no problems with it. Black Lives Matter is an okay concept, and so
you're perfect.
Like the fact that people like, dude, come on, bro. How's that a problem?
Okay, so I'm going to try to translate what Felix is saying here. He did a horrible job of expressing himself. Allow me to try to translate what XQC is saying here. I think what XQC is trying to say here, and I'm giving him a massive benefit of the doubt, is that BLM as a concept is completely fine. And that is how he feels. However, people aren't doing it the way it was conceptualized. So the way people are enforcing BLM isn't okay, but the concept of what it was supposed to be was okay. Just like how he said the riots were fine as a concept, but the way people were doing that wasn't right. That's why he called out the looting, and that's why he called out the destruction of property.
I mean, I agree
with
that.
So I understand what he was trying to say. The concept is fine. The application is terrible. Yes, absolutely. Piss destroyer in chat. Thank you. I will say this. I'm giving every content creator a pass from 2020 to 2024 for what they've tweeted. And the reason why that is from 2020 to 2024, you had one or two options: appease the woke mob or lose everything. And that is the truth. Things are starting to go back to where people can speak their minds again. So I'm not going to call anybody a hypocrite too poorly if they had to put out a couple of tweets that were to appease the woke mob that were down your fucking throats in every single fucking stream and wanted to continue their career while being slightly disingenuous. I'm okay with that. I understand some people have to do what they have to do. But that's where I'm at right now. And I've seen a lot of creators do this. And I will most likely see a lot of creators continue to do this. But that's pretty much where I'm at. And hopefully that makes sense for what XQC is saying here. However, I will say this, X. You do look like you got caught with your pants down, and it looked like Hassan spanked you a little bit there. I need you to lock in next time for your rebuttal, because that was a weak-ass response. You're lucky I was here to translate, because what you said out of your mouth made no sense until I explained it. Anyways, like, comment, subscribe.
Yeah, that's wild. So now this situation is crazy.
This video isn't going to be your typical video. This video is actually a call for help, and I need everybody to share this video. The Roblox Corporation has sent a cease and desist letter to me, a 22-year-old, versus a multi-billion-dollar company, threats of litigation, because I catch predators on their platform. Within the last year, me and my team have gotten 6 predators arrested within the Roblox community. Almost all of them have admitted to doing this before to other Roblox users. Every account that I've owned on Roblox since I was 8 years old has been terminated. Accounts that we were actively talking to predators on have now been banned off of Roblox. What Roblox did could potentially stop some predators from facing real-life consequences. Not to mention that Roblox has made a very firm stance that I can no longer access the Roblox platform anymore, which I want to make clear at the start of this video. I will not be accessing Roblox in any capacity at this point further unless Roblox says otherwise. This is pretty heartbreaking to me because I've been playing Roblox since I was a little kid. I have loved this platform. I still do. I met my current girlfriend who I've been dating for 3 years. I live with her. We first met all the way back in 2016 through Roblox. I love so much about this site, and that's why I'm so critical of it, because I want to see it do better. The stuff that they've sent me in the cease and desist letter is actually laughably hilarious. Roblox is actively claiming that I'm hurting their players. Here's an email. I didn't ever plan on showcasing this in a video, but this is from a kid who is thanking me for getting someone he was groomed by arrested in real life. He said he recognized him from my video, and here's some cool fan art he made of me. Roblox is claiming that I'm engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations. What? So one of the fundamental bases of predator catching is that you cannot talk sexually to predators. Predators are supposed to be the ones talking sexually to you. If you talk sexually to predators, like straight off the get-go, that's entrapment. That is literally what entrapment is. We almost always play a naive kid who doesn't know anything about this stuff, so they teach us about this stuff. If you watch these videos, you know how the chats are going, and they're not even on Roblox. Most of the chat logs are on Discord, and they're accusing me of getting people off of platform onto different social media sites. I guess that's worth a cease and desist and an IP ban of every single account that I own. That's just crazy. I can't even believe, I can't even fathom that. They also say sharing or soliciting personally identifiable information. I have no idea what they're referring to this. I would love to know what they're talking about. Are they referring to the fact that I give the information of the predators that we find to the police? Like the people we're talking to are predators. Like does Roblox understand that? I literally have no idea. If they thought something was genuinely wrong, they could have reached me out so easily. I think the most insulting thing is that they told me I'm not reporting people quick enough and I'm not reporting them through the right outlets. Tell me the right outlets. I have been trying to figure this out for like a year now. This here is Nepali Incel. This person actually made credible threats to the Las Vegas sphere in a Roblox game. And I saw this with my own 2 eyes. And the reason why it's a credible threat, it is because the FBI went ahead and arrested someone for making threats within that same game. I made a moderation ticket about it, and I even actually made a report to the FBI about this. Where is the cease and desist letter for him? Where's the IP ban for him? Are you gonna ban all of this dude's accounts? Probably not. But back to the predator catching stuff. This is literally how it goes. We go to roblox.com/support, submit a moderation ticket, and then fill out the prompt with all the information regarding our arrest and give you guys the same Google Drive that we give to the cops. And in a lot of instances, Roblox won't even ban after we reach out to them regarding felony arrest. What I typically have to do is report cases to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or go on the news to show gameplay of our decoys with the predators on Roblox. I've literally felt so lost in trying to get the attention of Roblox regarding these predators. I've created binders with all the chat logs, and I've sent it to their headquarters in San Mateo, California. This is the first time Roblox has ever directly reached me out. Instead of trying to say, hey, we want to work with you, or literally giving me a line to report these people, or simply saying, don't make these videos anymore, we're gonna ban you, Roblox just terminated every account I own and sent me this cease and desist letter. My account Maliboomer, a family-friendly sandbox gaming theme park channel that I've run since the pandemic. This is actually my first Roblox account. One of the hats that I wore on this avatar was actually something I got at a STEM event where I met Roblox administrators. That channel, it pays my rent. Roblox has made it clear that I'm banned from ever accessing the platform again, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to upload on that channel anymore.
Crazy, dude.
When I was a kid,
that's crazy.
I was groomed on Roblox by a popular developer. He manipulated me, he used power dynamics over me, and frequently exposed me to gore and not safe for work material and loads of other stuff that a kid should never see. It was so bad that I actually made an attempt. While I was in the hospital, my mom contacted Roblox. They brushed her off. That predator went on to groom more victims before Roblox finally banned him. Years later, by the way. Even after that, I stayed on the platform. I loved the community, but as I ran Maliboomer, I kept spotting these predators, even in an innocent sandbox theme park game. Then I started Schlep, and the emails from victims got worse every single day. And that's when I started catching predators on Roblox. And that's when my fate got sealed on this platform. I've been very critical of Roblox's leadership and the
dude.
refusal to act in a lot of instances. Last time I tweeted at Roblox's CEO, it was about a predator we had arrested. Roblox ignored it until Jadion and I made videos. Then they banned him, only for him to return. I sent proof of him talking about the video I made on him in a voice chat game on Roblox. Mind you, the same game a 10-year-old was abducted through weeks from this taking place. I replied to one of the CEO's posts about this, and he blocked me. Roblox still allows games like Public Bathroom Simulator, where naked shower together. This has millions of plays, and Dollhouse Roleplay, which also has millions of plays, is tied to a extortion group that the FBI has made public warnings about. Roblox allows you to say the word lolly on their platform. You can put it as your name. Explain to me that, Roblox, a kid's game. Because now you have a whole community of lolicons and maps on your platform. I really hope people can see that Roblox is wanting to have a firmer stance against me, a person trying to get these Roblox predators arrested, than these predators we've gotten arrested. Some of them literally have been arrested for CP. Why aren't you sending these Roblox predators cease and desist? They deserve it. They actually tried to commit a crime.
Hey, what's up? So we're here with your Roblox developer, right?
Hello.
Yep. We're about to do the wipe on his phone. We're going to get rid of the child pornography on your phone, right? Okay. How many images do you think we have to get rid of on your phone?
About like 30 or 40.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
And what's the game coming out that you got on Roblox soon?
Undertale.
Hell yeah, we're gonna make this game successful.
Man, this is definitely some very scary times. I'm just trying to stop what happened to me when I was a kid from happening to other people, and now I'm facing threats of litigation from a multi-billion-dollar company. Since my career and revenue streams are on the line, I have a site. It's called Schlep.tv. If you want to support my work and what we do and allow us to keep catching predators in the future, feel free to go ahead and support us over there. The most important thing we can all collectively do right now is share what is going on with Roblox. Tell your parents, tell your congressman, tell a journalist if you know one. And if any of them are interested, I'm more than willing to share my story, even to the people at Roblox. Even after all this, I am just trying to make a difference and help. I'm trying to stop what happened to me as a kid to happen to future kids. How can you see that as a bad thing? I genuinely can't comprehend it. One final word I'm ending this off on, to Roblox. I have no plans of revisiting the platform. I will not be making a new account. I will not be going back on the site.
Dude, that's wild. What the hell? What the hell?
Well, they did it. Roblox decided to double down on their decision to ban and threaten legal action against someone that was trying to keep their...
That's why I, like, as soon as that platform came out, I was very skeptical of it. And I had a feeling that there was going to be some weird shit that happened on that platform because of the market that they were going for, right? So that in itself was a red flag for me, which I had a feeling something like this would happen. I didn't know it would be this fucking extreme, but that's, I mean, that's why you gotta be careful, right? The internet is a wild west for people like that, and it's crazy.
Platform safer for children, a responsibility Roblox doesn't seem to want to do themselves, at least not in an efficient way. So the quick and dirty of it, if you don't know the lore, I'll give you the nutshell breakdown here. I made a video on it a couple days ago, but earlier this week, a YouTuber named Schlep just got permanently IP banned by Roblox HQ and threatened with legal action because he colored outside the lines here. He was a little naughty in the eyes of the Roblox corpo overlords, the fucking weasels in suits over there, those grease goblins. Apparently when Schlep was young, he was the victim of a bad actor on Roblox, and as he grew up, he wanted to do what he could to make the platform safer for children so they didn't have to experience what he did. And thus he started actively catching predators and has actually had a few of them even arrested. He is doing what he can to just try and make the platform safer. Roblox takes a huge issue with that. One of the big criticisms of Roblox that has existed for years is how poorly they handle predators on Roblox. They are very hands-off when it comes to safety. Basically, their philosophy boils down to the old Luigi method in Mario Party, where if you do nothing, maybe you'll win. But in this case, that is not happening.
Nope.
You see, their tactics here.
Get this, though. Apparently, the CEO had an ambition of making Roblox a dating hub which of course parents were not wanting. So he admitted to it. What?
Of basically just plugging their ears and closing their eyes and then wiping their ass with all the reports that flood in. It's led to a massive issue with Roblox where there has been a very common occurrence of predators preying on kids through their platform. You've probably seen tons and tons of headlines about pedophiles through Roblox by this point. It's very clear that they are not efficient when it comes to handling this. So the community has begun policing themselves, and Schlepp was among those that were trying to do what they could to catch the predators and have them arrested, but it's not like they were going behind Roblox's back for it. Schlepp was actively providing Roblox all of the evidence, all of the reports, even sending a physical binder to the Roblox headquarters, and still they sat on their hands, put their thumb up their ass, and spun around on it or something. I guess when the package arrived there, they must have treated it like the Unabomber was trying to reach them or something.
Oh,
like
God
Schlepp
damn
and
it.
all of these other predator catchers on Roblox are actively trying to go through the proper channels, so Roblox will be the ones to act on it, but they just haven't been, at least not enough clearly, because there's still a huge problem on Roblox with this.
Right.
So Roblox shut him down and threatened legal action. That has led to a huge shitstorm for Roblox, rightfully so. This has made headlines across the globe here.
Oh, yeah.
A wacky new development is apparently Roblox Corporation's chief safety officer, Matthew Kaufman, just sold over $800,000 worth of company stock shortly after the platform issued a cease and desist to Schlepp. Looking like a little panic over there at the HQ. That is seeming like there's some holes in the ship. You don't often see the chief safety officer cash out that much stock in the wake of a huge debate about the safety of the platform that he is supposed to be managing and operating efficiently.
That's
Sounds like he's a little worried that people are more alert to how poorly Roblox itself handles safety in general. Another thing that happened is a congressman is also now making a push for Roblox to do more to keep children safe on their platform. It's gotten so big, Roblox couldn't ignore it any further, so they put out a statement clarifying and doubling down on their decision to fight back against the vigilante groups, which is mind-boggling, just straight up fucking reflaffitating that they thought that this was somehow like a W, like a PR win here.
No.
We are fighting back against the vigilante groups. And then crickets when it comes to pedophiles. Why aren't you fighting the pedophiles? Why are you laser focused with the fucking crosshairs on the vigilantes that are fighting the pedophiles? Like, this is a wild hill to die on. We are sharing more information about why it was necessary to remove vigilantes from Roblox and the ways in which we review and act on reports of abuse on Roblox. While seemingly well-intentioned, the vigilantes we've banned have taken action that are both unacceptable and create an unsafe environment for users.
What?
I just need to stop right here and just take a pause. Schlepp and other vigilantes catching
I was literally typing to wait and see what happens when the government bites the company.
predators is not making the game more unsafe than it currently is by just having those predators running rampant with no one to stop them because you are not efficiently stopping them. Like, this is a crazy stance to take.
Like, even like this lawsuit is going to expose the platform. Attorney General Liz Murrell. Breaking. Today I'm suing Roblox, the #1 gaming site for children and teens and a breeding ground for sexual predators. Due to Roblox's lack of safety protocols, it endangers the safety of children of Louisiana. Roblox is overrun with harmful content and child predators because it prioritizes user growth, revenue, and profits over child safety. Every parent should be aware of the clear and present danger posed to their children by Roblox so they can prevent the unthinkable from ever happening in their own home. The Attorney General for Louisiana is suing Roblox. They released this banner banning predator hunters on the platform. It's their PR response that they're talking about right now, that Charlie's talking about right now. And like
account, brand new Roblox account. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna join Meep City, And I just want to see how long it takes until I see something inappropriate in the game. All right, so I'm going to... Okay, so I've just made a fresh account, brand new Roblox account. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to join Meep City.
No, we don't want that.
I just want to...
We want it to be full screen, please. Thank you.
See how long it takes until I see something inappropriate in the game. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and join on in. This is a fresh account. All right, never played on it before. And, yep, there's a penis. So, that's about, let's see here, about 10 seconds. So just to give an example of
10 seconds,
how bad this problem is on Roblox here, it's like that was a random server. I don't have any friends added. There's no one, this isn't a trick or anything. I just joined a random server. And, I could join another one. I'll probably see something else inappropriate. That's how bad the issue is here. Okay, so I've just made a fresh account.
That's
brand new Roblox account. Dude. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to join Meep City.
Seconds to find something inappropriate.
How long it takes until I see something inappropriate in the game. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and join on in. This is a fresh account. All right, never played on it before. And, yep, there's a penis. So, that's about, let's see here.
That's crazy, dude. We have been monitoring vigilante activity on Roblox for some time. These groups began by reporting safety concerns, commenting on news about Roblox, and challenging us to do better. We appreciated the feedback and used these reports to improve our safety systems. More recently, vigilante activity evolved. Instead of just reporting on a safety issue, vigilantes started impersonating children and actively sought to connect with adult users. Those conversations mimicked inappropriate behavior and actively encouraged other users to connect on their social media and messaging platforms, thus bypassing Roblox's own safety systems. Okay. I don't think they understand. I understand what they're doing with the whole thing, right? Like, oh, we can't monitor that. It's like when Twitch says we can't moderate that other chat that's on screen because it's not Twitch. So we don't know if you banned them, if you did this, if you did that, if you did this. We don't know. So they are doing this because they were taking to Discord to get these people, right? To get these people messaging them and get the conversations happening. And then that way, the predators that's probably their main thing, right? That's what they would do. They would connect on Roblox, and then they would actively get them to be friends on Discord, and then they would start messaging them on Discord, which it all started on Roblox. Here or there, that's what happened. It started on Roblox and then evolved into another social media platform. So, goodbye, Roblox. This lawsuit is going to expose the platform. This is another experience that children can be exposed on Roblox. Public bathroom simulator. Here's why I'm suing Roblox. Roblox has and continues to facilitate distribution of child sexual abuse material and sexual exploitation of Louisiana's children. Roblox fails to implement basic safety controls to protect child users from predators, and Roblox knowingly, we can't read more because it's just a picture, and then we have this. So that's going to be a wild showdown, and we'll probably be keeping up with that lawsuit as well when that starts, because man, is this disgusting. I really like this game, and there are some generally good games, but it's always the people who play said games that ruin it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that just kind of points back to the whole collective shout situation where they're just banning games, and they're using fear tactics to make payment processors not able to, like, you can't use MasterCard or Visa or whatever the situation is with that on Steam to buy games. You can't use PayPal. You can't use PayPal unless it's Euro, Canadian dollar, USD, Japan yen, or the Australian dollar. Concerns, literally emergencies, right? Yeah, they're emergencies.
Similar to actual predators, they often impersonate minors, actively approached other users.
That's how they work. That's how vigilantes catch these people.
And tried to lead them to other platforms to have sexually explicit conversations, which is against our terms of use. Accurate, timely reporting from our community is important. Reporting through the appropriate channels, including our custom-designed reporting tools, immediately and with as much specific information as possible is the best way to help us remove bad actors from Roblox. These reporting tools are designed to capture key metadata and details that cannot be captured from an email or screenshot and enable faster, more efficient reviews and more thorough reporting.
Bro, they were sending you their profile on Roblox. Are you kidding me?
Reporting to law enforcement when warranted. I'm going to take another break here real quick. When does that go live? Because that's definitely not live right now. Like, what do you mean? Like, that is the biggest problem. Everything you're saying right there is an absolute gobbledygook. Like, that's just mumbo jumbo. You're just saying words that aren't real. That is the big problem. No matter how many times people are reporting these bad actors through your channels, there is no efficient, fast reviewing that leads to the person being, kicked off the platform. There's so many cases of predators who have literally been arrested that still actually have their Roblox accounts.
That's crazy to me. That shit's wild.
Live. What are you talking about? That is blatantly false. And that is the issue. You can say you have all these.
That's probably why you're getting sued by the Attorney General of Louisiana, you frickin' idiots.
Tools, and that you take in all of these reviews, but there's nothing that really shows that. There's no, it doesn't seem like if that is the case, it's made any difference. Maybe you need to overhaul that, or maybe you need to beef it up or something. Maybe you should work with the vigilante groups instead of vilifying them.
Absolutely, you should work with them. That should have been their first thing to do. They should have been like, we'll work with you. It'll be fine. It'll be a good time. We'll catch everyone that's a predator. What? But then they just ban all of them? Chris Henson is prepping a documentary on the Roblox chaos. Is that real?
Because they're doing
because that's funny.
Doing a better job at getting the predators captured and taken off the platform than your systems are. I don't know why you view the vigilantes as enemies. Again, I can understand in general why vigilantes could be a bad thing, like on a broad scale. But when the company isn't doing things to ensure the safety of the users, well, vigilantes are super necessary to step in to do it for them, to keep the platform safe, because you are just not doing your job.
Nope, they're not.
It makes no sense to me that they would be so combative with someone like Schlepp, where they'd cease and desist, ban him, and then threaten legal action.
Check DM soon, I will.
You could work with him. Why don't you guide him through the proper channels? He is doing a good service by getting these predators arrested. It is something you are not doing enough of. We realize that no platform is perfect, but we prioritize trust and safety because it's core to what we do as a company. It doesn't really seem like you prioritize it, by the way. It seems like your CEO is prioritizing trying to turn it into a fucking dating site for 17+, which, again, by the way, is a really weird age where he's trying to pitch a 17+ dating service to a company, Roblox, so it'd be half gaming and half dating. It seems like that's the focus, because Dave fucking Bazooki here, the CEO of Roblox, can't stop yapping about it. It doesn't seem like the priority is trust and safety. That's all I'm saying. This is an area where we invest heavily and are always innovating. Helping keep our users safe is a critical part of our vision of connecting 1 billion people with optimism and civility, and is a strategic imperative for our creator community. And then just a bunch of blabbering here, all of which it doesn't seem to be true. Again, I understand they can't wipe them all out instantly, but it's clear that reports are falling on deaf ears. There are predators, real predators, with irrefutable evidence that Roblox is not acting on. So there is a problem here, and it doesn't seem like they're doing enough. Then they go on to talk about just how many messages and how many users are on Roblox. Again, I understand there's millions and millions and a lot to go through, a lot to comb through, which is why, again, I don't understand why they wouldn't be extending an olive branch to the vigilante groups who are clearly doing a good job at...
Yeah, they could be helping with their moderation that they're failing to do. What are you doing? If you got 111.8 million daily active users that send 6.1 billion chat messages and engage in 1.1 million hours of voice chat across 28 different languages, fucking fix it, dude. Fix it. This is why groups like Collective Shout, this situation, Collective Shout could take this situation and be like, see, we told you so. This is why you should ban those games. This is why you should ban that stuff, because we got to protect the kids. And I'm sure parents are just like, yeah, whatever, play your game. I don't care. Get out of my hair. Play your game. Which is stupid to begin with. What the hell? What the actual hell?
Catching real predators that are on their platform. Roblox is missing them in a lot of cases. I don't know why they wouldn't want to work with them. Again, as they mention here, they've got, you know, fucking billions of messages that get across, billions of reports that swipe across their desk every day. Why wouldn't you work with the community that is actively trying to help you and help keep the platform safe?
Yeah.
So now they talk about why they've decided to remove vigilantes. We have been monitoring vigilante activity on Roblox for some time. These groups began by reporting safety concerns, commenting on news about Roblox, and challenging us to do better. We appreciate this feedback and use these reports to improve our safety systems. More recently, vigilante activity evolved. Instead of just reporting on safety issues, vigilantes started impersonating children and actively sought to connect with adult users. Those conversations mimicked inappropriate behavior and actively encouraged other users to connect on other social media and messaging platforms, thus bypassing Roblox's own safety systems. These were not one-off situations, and we saw the behavior accelerating across many accounts. This actively created an unsafe environment and normalized behavior that is both unacceptable on Roblox and is against our terms of use. Our policies prohibit directing other users off Roblox to another platform through chat and having/simulating sexually explicit conversations. These are serious policy violations that risk removal from the platform.
So are they not taking into consideration that that's what predators do anyway? The predators are getting these children groomed and going to different social media platforms and bypassing Roblox's own safety system, and it is unacceptable to do so, and it's against their terms of use. So they've shot themselves in the foot. I won't be surprised if Roblox gets shut the fuck down and it will never be a thing anymore. I won't be surprised at all.
Just reread your statement here, Roblox. You recognize that these groups were reporting all of this to you, and then you're confused on why they started doing more than just reporting. Could it possibly be because all of the reports they were sending your way for so long weren't leading to the predators getting kicked off the platform or anything? Could that possibly be the reason? Could you follow that trail of breadcrumbs of logic? Like, I don't know how they can be so delusional to not recognize the reason why it evolved beyond just reporting, and then they started using like decoys to try and get more evidence, is because you weren't acting on the reports. Thus, they gathered more evidence on these bad actors and turned it over to authorities who did act on it. The evidence was sufficient for the police to issue arrests and get the predators, but it was.
See, that should be their big green flag, right? Is if this evidence was clearly enough to get those people arrested, then that evidence should clearly be enough to get those people's accounts banned. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. Please. Because if you're actively having evidence against you that you're an actual predator, and the cops arrest you for that because the evidence is clear that you are a predator, is that not I'm flabbergasted. Actually, you know what? I'm not even flabbergasted. I actually, this makes sense. This fucking makes sense. As soon as this came out, I knew something like this was gonna ensue. with that platform. Now there probably is genuinely good. This is one of the reasons why I wouldn't play it, right? And they even came out with their own like Discord version, Gilded or whatever, which is for a Roblox thing. And I can't. Like my gut told me that this was going to be a genuinely bad place where there was going to be a ton of predators, and that's the whole reason why I stopped playing VR chat, is because I noticed that there was the same situation happening there. But I don't know how VR chat's moderation team works. I don't know if they're a little bit more aggressive with that shit, but I also didn't try to go to worlds where I knew there were kids. As soon as there were kids, I left the world and I would go to a different one. Like I'm out. If I hear a squeaker, I'm leaving. That's just how it is. That's with any game I play. If I were to do Phasmophobia, where we go into we go into public lobbies and we do a little troll, right? If we do a little trolling in public lobbies and then I just get in a lobby and it's a bunch of kids, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. The age regression stuff on VR chat is a little weird. There's a lot of weird stuff on VR chat that I'm not into it. If I'm not going to yuck your yum, but if you're going to be weird about certain shit though, and you're going to be like predatory, then I'm going to yuck your yum. That's just what it is. I'm sorry. That's how I feel about it.
Wasn't enough for you guys to ban them or do anything like the bare minimum to protect children from these bad actors, these evil people. Like, I don't know why they're confused. They're making it sound like it's some kind of epidemic that spiraled out of control, and Roblox was just doing everything by the book perfectly.
Moderation should always have a solid amount of bite. The rules exist for a reason, so either maintain them or they simply don't exist as a result of weak management. Yes, I agree with that. That's how I feel about Twitch's TOS. Like, you're not enforcing it on your partners, and you're not enforcing it on people equally. So I say, screw your TOS. I would wipe that after I use the bathroom and flush it down the toilet.
When that's just not the case. The reason why it evolved so much is because you weren't doing enough. So the community started taking it upon themselves to try and act.
And I feel like any community does that with anything, right? Any community will do that period. If the moderation tools aren't doing anything, then there's going to be a community that does something.
And do better and ensure the platform was a little safer for whatever they could do. They then have this section on the importance of accurate reporting, going over like it needs to act in accordance with their policies and all of that, and then due to privacy considerations, we cannot inform users whether reports have led to consequences. But the thing about that claim is, to me, it seems like they're trying to hide behind their numbers. Like, we get so many reports and we just can't inform you if like your report led to that person getting banned, but just trust us, it probably did. Like, we're actually like, we're doing such a good job of getting them all banned. But the thing is, people aren't that fucking stupid. When you have found a bad actor, if you have found a predator and you're reporting that person...
It's literally why Mojang has a dual-wronged approach for moderation with public servers. Oh, yeah, for sure. Sam, welcome in. How you doing? Oh, dual-pronged. Got it.
A lot of these people are following those accounts to ensure that they get banned because they are a danger to the community. And in a lot of cases, they're not getting banned. Like, they know crazy. That there hasn't been consequences. Whether or not Roblox is telling them, people can see for themselves when the accounts aren't banned. They then talk about how they actually go above and beyond. They work with law enforcement, following official legal guidelines around when it's appropriate to collaborate with them.
How's it going? It's going well. It's going well. We're going over the news. We're talking about the Roblox situation, which is absolutely wild right now. State of Louisiana is suing Roblox, and that's going to be hilarious. We have server staff and chat reports. If staff fails, Mojang steps in. Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do when you run a server like that, right? You're supposed to have admins and staff and chat logs and all that stuff. And then if you see anything, and then you got to report it. You had heard about that? It's crazy. They banned a vigilante who was getting active child predators arrested. And then sending Roblox all the information for these people with their accounts and such, and now they banned the vigilante group from Roblox. That's wild.
And provide information to help track bad actors across platforms to help keep users safe even beyond Roblox. In 2024, they submitted 24,522 reports to the National Center for Missing.
Want to watch it free? Subscribe to ArtMage_Hero VT and don't forget to use that free Prime sub, baby.
Yeah, Roblox is a breeding ground for those kind of people. I mean, that just goes back to what I said before you got here, is like, once I saw that game pop up and come out, I was like, this is a huge red flag. This is going to be, they're marketing it to children, which as soon as any predator sees that they're marketing it to children, they're going to try and play the game, and they're just going to go all around every fucking server or game or thing like that, and they're going to try to find their next target. Like Virus and I were talking about, like the VR chat, that's kind of why I stopped playing VR chat, is because I saw weird things happening and I didn't want to be a part of it. And like anytime a squeaker would come in, I would be like, I would just leave, or I would tell the server or the instance owner to ban them. And I was just like, this is too much. Like, people need to monitor their children and go on, like, play the games. Play the games with your kids. That's what should happen. Dude, before we had public servers, do you realize, like, I had my cousins that I could play games with. I had like family members I could play games with, or like friends of the family that we would all play games with. And that was the Nintendo era. That was the NES, where you had 2 controllers and you had to share. Like, my mom would play Mario with me. We would play Duck Hunt together.
180 seconds
So
and break started.
it's shit like that.
Thank you for sticking around and supporting the channel.
The internet has made it far too accessible. But we'll be right back, gamers, okay? We'll be right back.
Yeah, put me on a leash, Daddy.
I want that trident so bad. Ow. Water battle. Water battle bad. Ow. Please drop it. Looting 3? Yes, let's frickin' go. Let's go, chat. We got ourselves a trident now. Oh, baby.
Blame Rain. Rain's not even here. Rain's asleep. What are you talking about? Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Hi.
Wow.
Are you here? Can you say hello? Can you talk to me? Please? Do you wanna go out for McDonald's? Are you single?
How many dots and ghost orbs for Raiju?
Okay. Go back down. Then we'll get a camera.
I'm really leaning towards Raiju because when it goes in this bathroom upstairs, pretty sure my thermometer is on. Oh my gosh, holy zombies coming after me. Oh, let's take our 4 stacks of wheat and get the heck out of here. Holy zombies. There's so many of them. So many of them. Look at all of them just scattering. They're all just a scattering.
You can do a very small gesture, and that is buying them some flowers. This will stun lock them. They will be very happy. It'll make...
Ame-chan bought me flowers for Valentine's Day. I've never cried so hard in my life. That was the sweetest thing that any woman has ever done for me. And I will forever remember that until the day I die. There's a phrase that I heard a long time ago that men only get flowers at their funeral. And they will never ever be able to enjoy it. That was the first time that someone got... I still have them. They're still in this house. They're probably dead and so far gone right now, but I literally still have those dead flowers.
182nd
Wait,
ad
what?
break starting.
Fun.
Thank you for sticking around and supporting the
Right,
channel.
listen, spray bottle, spray bottle.
That was crazy.
Listen, I just work here, okay?
Who's George and where do they live?
His grandpa, who's
George wants hot peppers to rub on his knee, I guess.
I know. Are there any grown?
Yep.
There's one.
Jesus, okay, there's a pepper. Holy fuck. She's broken. How old are you? Are you here? Are you French? Are you French bread pizza? Are you applesauce? Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Are you far? Are you near? Where are you? Is this Brittany, bitch? I'm assuming the beatings have stopped. Nope. Just heard it. I had to say something, didn't I? Yep. Alright, okay, alright. Holy sh...
Hey, whoa. Jen, come on. I'm still right here. We gotta talk about this. So listen, if we're gonna be in a polyamorous relationship, we just gotta talk about it. Communication is key here.
Don't worry, she's all.
I have another question. Just call her mommy. She's mommy. She is mom. She is mama. More of those, yes. More of those, yes.
Oh, here we go.
I'm summoning it. They call this song the...
Yokai, yokai, yokai. Yokai, 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 yokai. It's a yokai. Okay. All right. I just want to say this. I don't appreciate the aggressive hug one bit.
Did you just get choked?
Yeah, absolutely. And it didn't even ask
God,
me
I wish
first.
that were me.
It just came up to me and was like, "Hey, how are you? By the way, Blink 182 bad band, and here's a aggressive face hug."
Why is it still hunting?
It's naked Ned too. Did it get you
I
too?
thought you choked. Why was it still hunting?
We're on Nightmare. It kills extend the hunt. You're in the wall. You're stuck in the wall and your legs are just swinging. That was...
Didn't even punch your tickets and you're already coming in here letting Omega out of the box. No. You guys just come in, barge through the door, yelling, ah. Really? You're just gonna... Luscious, thank you for punching your ticket. Welcome to the observatory. The toad is over. No treating the rope. I want to feel that burn. I want to feel each individual fiber cut into my body when you tighten it up.
All right, gamers, we're back. We're back. Link has sent me more information on this, and I guess Chris Henson is doing a documentary that will investigate Roblox handling of child safety issues. This first comment's kind of funny. Isn't it necessary? Is it that necessary? Is Roblox being that dangerous for children? And they got this holding a door closed. Adults shouldn't be playing Roblox. If they are, check their hard drives. It's simple. All right, Batman. At Grok, what's this about? Polka guy Chris Henson's famous for To Catch Predators, developing a documentary probing Roblox child safety lapses. It stems from a creator, Real Schlepp's exposés that led to Predator arrests, but Roblox banned him and issued legal threats instead of fixing issues. Backlash includes the movement. Why are there pedos on there? Because it's a game for children. What do you think is going to happen? Now Roblox is truly fucked. Yes. RTC, Chris Henson has reached out to The Real Schlepp, planning on upcoming documentary investigating Roblox handling of child safety issues. What is this? Official statement regarding Roblox. Okay, Dallas, Texas, a childhood survivor of grooming on Roblox is now facing corporate retaliation after his viral predator catching videos led to multiple arrests and exposing systematic failures in the platform's child protection systems. We have this PLC, SGGH. So these are, I'm assuming, law firms have been retained to defend YouTuber Michael Schlepp, a 22-year-old Texas content creator who was banned from Roblox and served with the cease and desist letters after his investigative work resulted in 6 confirmed arrests of alleged child sex predators operating on the gaming platform. The nuclear bomb has been dropped on the company. Yes, it has. Legal action against Schlepp comes as his removal has sparked the viral Free Schlepp movement, gathering millions of views and prompting a major Roblox influencer to quit the company's creator program in protest. Crime journalist Chris Henson has contacted Schlepp about participating in an upcoming documentary investigating Roblox handling of child safety issues. Schlepp's anti-predator work stems from his own traumatic experience as a Roblox user between the ages of 12 and 15. He was groomed by a prominent Roblox developer who had official company merchandise distributed nationwide and contracted directly with Roblox for platform events. The developers sent Schlepp graphic, violent content, pornography, and engaged in inappropriate sexual conversations. When my client attempted this, when my client attempted jumping in lava in Minecraft and was hospitalized, his mother contacted Roblox seeking help. Said Martin D. Gold, founding partner of SGGH. Roblox was unresponsive until she threatened legal action. Only then did they engage, and only to claim the abuse happened on another platform, quote unquote, despite the predator being a contracted Roblox developer who the company promoted at events. The developer who groomed Schlepp was eventually banned from Roblox, but only years later, after another female developer reported sexual abuse. Roblox had continued paying and promoting the predator throughout Schlepp's ordeal. This is getting crazy. This is crazy. I will post this link in the news section. Trinity, welcome in. I will post this in the news section of the Discord, so that way you guys, if you guys want to read the rest of that, you will be able to. We're going to hop back into the video.
Then say that on multiple occasions they found vigilante groups holding the reports to Roblox until after they had coordinated real-life meetups and built their own social media posts, and then explain why that's a bad thing, about how waiting to report to Roblox or the relevant authorities means alleged bad actors could potentially remain on the platform longer, leaving the community open to additional risks of harm. And they close out this section by saying that they recognize the community's frustration with how they handle violative behavior outside of Roblox, but they can't always act on all of it because a lot of it's screenshots and other messaging applications that need to be independently confirmed, because without verification it would open up significant abuse and misuse and all of that, so they have to do their due diligence. Overall, this is them saying that they actually take the reports very seriously and that they actually do a lot to try and keep Roblox safe, even beyond Roblox. They then also claim that some of the vigilante groups are like making social media posts about all of these bad actors before even reporting to Roblox. Of course,
oh my God.
I don't know if that's all true or not. Very well could be. But the point still stands. There are
How did the job go? We'll talk about that after
a
we're done
lot
here.
of bad
before we
actors
end.
on Roblox, even with all of the reports they act on and the ones that they report to the proper authorities. There is still a huge infestation of these evil people. And the vigilante groups, the ones that Roblox is fighting tooth and nail against, whether they like it or not, they are making a difference in making the platform safer. Roblox can, submit all of these reports and do as much as they can, but as they showcase, they get so many and they can't go through all of them. They can't thoroughly investigate every single one. They can't analyze every...
Well, your security guy left and got rid of all of his shares.
Every single screenshot from every off-platform message. They know that. They do even hint at that. But these vigilante groups, in a lot of cases, do go the extra mile for a lot of these individuals, and it leads to them getting arrested and away from children. It takes the predator away from victims. It makes the platform safer. It's not something Roblox should be battling against so vehemently. I really just don't understand why they don't try and work more collaboratively with people like Schlepp or Gideon, who are actively getting these predators arrested. That's the big problem. Roblox isn't doing enough to keep children safe, and instead of trying to find more ways of keeping predators away from children, instead they're trying to legally strong-arm vigilantes into silence and just leaving it all alone and letting Roblox handle it. Put their trust in Roblox, a platform that has repeatedly let down so many people when it comes to getting these bad actors taken off the platform and away from victims. It is a problem that Roblox has done nothing to help with this statement here. This doubling down about this being like some kind of righteous fight against vigilantes is just so off the mark, it's crazy. They then spend a paragraph giving you a tutorial on how to report users, which is just completely useless. It's like giving you a tutorial on how to get ice cream at McDonald's. The fucking machines are broken. It's useless. Like, you can report people till the cows come home. It's not working. That is the issue. They then talk about
that's the big issue. Is it's the whole system that they have is not working at all. It's not doing anything. And here they give you basically just, oh, this is how you do it. This is a proper way to do it. Blah, 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 blah. It's not working. Fix it.
Their Trusted Flagger program, where close and trusted partners can report serious criminal activity such as terrorism, violent extremism, or child exploitation directly to Roblox. And the idea is that the Trusted Flaggers are someone that Roblox puts a lot of weight on with their reports.
Oh my gosh.
But the Trusted Flagger program, while it sounds good in theory, is actually highly neglected. And from what I've read from a bunch of people with this program in particular, it doesn't do anything more than just a normal report. It doesn't seem like they actually take into consideration the trusted flag more than the normal report. Overall, I found this response from Roblox to be horrible. The doubling down was just a terrible call here. And it almost reads like Roblox is more upset that people are aware of the Predator problem as opposed to the Predator problem existing in the first place. It seems like Roblox would rather people just be completely ignorant to it, just silence on it while it's still being in the background.
Jesus.
Like, it doesn't seem like they care so much that the predators exist. They just care that people are talking about the predators existing now. Like their priorities are just so out of whack. Threatening legal action against
the terrible PR here is outstanding.
Someone who was victimized on your game and is just trying to do what they can to make it better, and just a blanket removing all vigilantes type approach to things here is just nonsensical, because the community is in a position where it needs those vigilante groups because Roblox hasn't done enough to protect them. It's crazy to me. Anyway, I just wanted to give you the follow-up to all this. That's really about it. So yeah.
That's super crazy.
Every day the ice raids increase. We're reminded why we needed the ice raids in the first place. Is despite the Democrats' best efforts, the feds continue to make arrests in Los Angeles until they came across this spry young gentleman that thought he was in the third world and apparently antagonized federal law enforcement with this machete, to which they quickly caught up with him. And even though he
what an idiot.
He attempted to flee on foot, he was completely surprised to find the feds don't mess around, rolling up on him with multiple SUVs and agents looking like they're straight out of Call of Duty, unlocking all the premium DLC, as he looks utterly shocked at his arrest. Then the Border Patrol posted this on Instagram, stating he taunted Border Patrol agents with a machete, but they identified him utilizing facial recognition technology, finding he's a Mexican national already wanted for burglary in LA. Interesting how difficult it is to come by this particular story of a machete-wielding imbecile already.
What a idiot. He already was wanted for crimes, and he just goes up to federal agents wielding a machete. What did he think was going to happen? He literally brought a knife to a gunfight.
He wanted for burglary, finally getting arrested, as the mainstream media seems very concerned whenever the feds make an arrest, but conveniently ignore every time they actually get someone we wouldn't want in our communities. It's almost like this selective reporting isn't about protecting the people, it's about something much more nefarious, as LA's top Karen, Mayor Karen, doesn't care about violent criminals hurting.
What was he thinking? I genuinely don't know. I don't know. That this is what our world is coming to. Like, we live in a crazy society where people are like, you know what? A machete is what I need. That'll help me against these M4s and these M16s. That'll help. That'll do the deal. I'll just be a Deadpool and I'll slice all the bullets. That's what I'll
citizens, only focusing on protecting non-citizens.
What do you think is the most valuable pushback against things like this for people who object to it?
Well, I can tell you when they were doing the random snatching or kidnappings of people off of our streets, when people gathered, they backed away.
Sometimes I wonder if people are mentally okay. You can say that again. I've been wondering that for a long time now.
On many occasions.
And I just have to say, like, this, so like my mom's generation is a generation that's in Congress now, right? And that's why I feel like all these things for the internet's coming out, all these different weird bans for things, like all these people are like, no, it's bad. But in reality, it's just like, These are older people who don't want to evolve with the times, and they want to keep the things the same way, which is not going to be okay with any of the newer generations popping up, where they're used to having the internet, they're used to being able to get online and look up things and have knowledge access, and it's just mind-boggling.
And so in Los Angeles, we have a rapid response network where everybody is alerted. If you see masked men getting out of unmarked cars, let everybody in the area know.
She said the same thing a month ago.
That's good.
And
That's
so when
illegal.
the raid started, fear spread. The masked men in unmarked cars, no license plate, no real uniforms, jumping out of cars with rifles and snatching people off the street.
And the same thing a month before that.
I would say stop the raids. Stop the raids, period.
All to have absolutely zero impact on ICE's ability to enforce the law in Los Angeles. I've never seen someone with so much authority, speaking on something so excessively, and yet consistently accomplishing nothing. It's actually impressive to be this ineffective at anything, as a law of probability says she should have at least accidentally predicted something. But let's look at another equally pressing issue in LA, like the rampant homelessness. She briefly visited one of the many homeless encampments in the valley, even posting about her visits on social media, bragging about helping 30 people.
I'm standing here today.
Oh, good. It's so good. You did a great job, Karen.
In my time as mayor, it is operations like this that is why homelessness is down for the second year in a row.
It's not down. It's so stupid. Does she know why homelessness is technically down? Is because people are dying on their streets. That's why homelessness is down.
Now, she brags about homelessness being down, despite Dalton pointing out it may be because of the amount of homeless deaths. As that math suggests.
What's the point? People are useless anyway. So this whole situation is stemming from the Trump administration executing their plan to remove illegal immigrants. Now, here's what's going on with that, right? Trump, the president, gave people an option to give themselves up. You would have got $1,000, a free plane ticket or ride back to your country, and no criminal history or criminal action would have been taken. You would have been just sent back, and that was that. But people are fighting back, saying that they deserve to be here and this and that and the third, when really all the numbers come out to, like California, for example, they're giving 16 million or billion. It was one of the big massive amounts of money to healthcare for illegal immigrants, and that is paid by taxpayers who pay their taxes. So that way we can have those kinds of services for people who can't afford it that are legally here. Now, we do have a friend in our community who is not from the United States, but their partner is in the United States, and they're actually doing the proper steps to move to America properly. They've been paying the money, they've been doing all the classes, they've been filling out all the paperwork properly, and they're basically just being an example of why we have those things in place, right? Is they, like, obviously they're not a violent person, they're very chill, they're very cool. Morn's a great person, but they are doing the proper steps because they want to be here with their partner the right way. They're not just coming over and trying to take advantage of a system that's in place to help the country's people. So we talked about this with the news we did a couple weeks ago, where Mexico is now very upset that people from North America are moving to Mexico and causing the housing market and everything to just inflate so much that over 50% of actual Mexican citizens can't afford to pay their rent or their mortgage, which is causing them to lose their house. So now all these people from North America are coming down there, buying up a ton of properties and jacking up the rent prices and making a ton of Airbnbs, so that way they can live like kings in a poorer region of the world, where it's the exact opposite here, where we're having impoverished people break into the country and take over a system that is put in place to help the citizens that are here that are struggling. And there's a few people that just didn't quite understand the situation that was going on that day, which is totally fine. I get it. There were a ton of actual media outlets that just genuinely didn't understand the situation at hand that was happening, which fine, that happens. Everyone has different viewpoints on things, and that's totally fine. But this situation is basically where Trump was like, no, we're enforcing it. We're gonna enforce it right now because people didn't take this way out, and now they're doing this to do it. Now with what they're saying, where they're saying snatching people off the street, it's not quite that. They're using buzzwords to make it sound worse than it really is. When, like, for example, the person that we just saw, that was a person that was not in the country legally. They were already wanted for a crime that they committed, and they were clearly on the run. There were tons of other people who were not here legally that were wanted for crimes, and that's what they're trying to do, is to get rid of the crime. They're not trying to get rid of people who have no crimes. They're trying to get rid of the criminals that are here illegally.
Yes, there's more homelessness under her watch. It's just outpaced by the increased homeless deaths under her watch. But Bass doesn't let silly things like facts detract her from bragging about her horrifying failures.
Of course she doesn't.
As honestly, a large part of the reason I left Los Angeles is because of the homelessness around my apartment. Karen saying she's cleaning up a single encampment is the equivalency of your home having an insect infestation. Sweeping up one tiny corner of your living room, posting on social media how you moved a couple roaches into their own taxpayer-funded apartment, but then opening the front door and leaving out a couple pizzas to make sure you always have an insect problem that you can campaign on fixing, which even forces local NBC affiliates to admit the Democrats can't fix this.
And why he believes yesterday's cleanup won't have a long-term impact.
It's just a continuing problem where it gets cleared, comes back, sometimes gets bigger. Our mayor says the numbers are down, yet, you know, it's still here.
They do anything they want here.
Less than 2 blocks away on Hollywood Boulevard at Wilton, NBC4 covered
That's
a series
crazy,
of fires
dude.
last year that started in encampments and how the city cleared the encampments just before the annual Ciclavia bicycling event. Johnson says he expects the cycle with encampments disappearing and reappearing to continue.
They can put a band-aid on their problems all they want. Temporarily cleaning up a single section of the city does nothing if they're not going to actually criminalize criminally insane drug addicts. It sounds incredibly harsh, but reality oftentimes is. But what's even worse is our leaders actually know how to solve this issue, they just won't. We saw it in San Francisco in 2023, looking like a zombie apocalypse, and literally overnight, that city was cleaned up, turning into a dystopian nightmare. All because California Governor Newsom's communist friends from China came by to visit, to which he admits.
I know folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming into town. That's true, because it's true.
And right after, the city immediately returned to smaller,
good.
as apparently cleaning up the city is only reserved for impressing foreign elites, not the common Californian taxpayer. And I bring up homelessness and immigration in the same story, as just like homelessness not impacting their lives, not a single unvetted individual gets to live amongst Mayor Karen or Governor Newsom. It's just you, the citizen, that's forced to get groceries next to machete-wielding burglary suspects. And the more Governor Newsom gets his shifty mitts on anything, the worse it gets. As 7 months ago, we covered how they both botched the wildfire response. And any given day, wildfires still cover large parts of the state, with many of them still sitting at 0% containment. But what's our Governor Newsom focused on?
Respond to what's happening in Texas, and we will nullify what happens in Texas. We will pick up 5 seats with consent of the people.
At 7 a.m., warning President.
I hope, oh my God, if this man runs for president, I hope he gets absolutely cooked and hammered. Because if this is the Democratic person to run for president, this proves that our country is cooked. This proves it. Donald Trump, the lowest polling president in recent history. This is your second to last warning. The next one will be your last one. Stand down now, or California will counterstrike legally to destroy your illegal, crooked maps in red states. Press conference coming. Hosted by America's favorite governor, Gavin Newsom. Final warning next. You won't like it. thank you for your attention to this matter. What an idiot. What an idiot. Does he not know that all the swing states swung red during the voting process? Does he not know that the Democrats were the reason for voter fraud? Like, what is happening? Who's my favorite president? Oh no. Well, this is going to be a wild answer, but my favorite presidents were both actually gruesomely removed from office, for lack of better terms. I liked how Abraham Lincoln did things. I like how Abraham Lincoln implemented things, and I like how JFK implemented things. Now, I have definitely switched views on specific topics in the world now based on like my experience with things. And I do believe Lincoln was a Green Party, if I remember correctly. Let me double check. He was a member of the Whig Party and then became Republican. So Lincoln was Republican, who also ended slavery. And JFK was a Democrat. So that just kind of shows my multiple facets on that. Am I glad that Trump won the election? I'm glad that he is actually doing what he's the first president that I've seen do what he said he was going to do in the first place. I have a very strict no voting policy right now, because if you give me two evils and you expect me to pick between two evils, I morally can't do that as a human being. I'm morally not going to do that, because you're basically saying, here's a bomb, but also in this corner is another bomb. You get to pick which one explodes. So that's on you, American people. I have a very strict no voting policy until I actually get a candidate that's worth me going and voting for. And I've had that policy for a while now, quite some time. So that, I mean, that's my stance. I only will go and vote on matters that are actually going to affect my community and things like that when it comes to like the way presidential elections are held. I personally think that they give us the illusion to vote, and then the Electoral College takes their votes, and that's what means more in the election based on what the people say, right? Because we elect officials to be a part of the Electoral College, and then they get more precedent votes than our votes. Our votes are just there to, I think, just be an entertainment value thing, and they don't really matter, where the Electoral College can just be like, yeah, we want this one. This is the popular vote based on the Electoral College.
President Trump about redistricting and how he is America's favorite governor. 3 hours later, tweeting about how California crime is down and how President Trump is crooked. And 4 hours after that, still ranting about Trump, then saying he...
What does this say? Final warning, Donald Trump, maybe the most important warning in history. Stop cheating or California will redraw the maps. And guess who will announce it this week? Gavin Newsom. Many say the most loved and handsome governor. Oh my God, is this... What is this narcissistic fool saying? We have psychopaths in our government. They're all psycho and sociopaths. Oh God. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh no. What are we doing? Oh Jesus. Newsom's trolling the press. I don't think he's trolling the press. I think he's using them to try and like build a facade so that way he can be the Democratic candidate.
He is the most handsome governor.
And you know what? I hope JD Vance is the Republican candidate, and I hope Newsom is the Democratic candidate, and I hope JD Vance burns him. That's what I hope happens.
Governor, I can't believe we're paying tax dollars to a guy that spends his entire day talking about Trump like he's his disgruntled ex-girlfriend and having his press team tweet about how handsome and popular he is. A huge percentage of his...
It's not even him. It's his press team. Did I miss that? Holy shit, it is. He's telling his press team to write this shit. Oh, what?
Still ranting about Trump, then saying he is the most handsome governor. I can't believe we're paying tax dollars to a guy that spends his entire day talking about Trump like he's his disgruntled ex-girlfriend and having his...
This is like Hassan talking about Asmongold right now.
Press team tweet about how handsome and popular he is.
Oh
a huge
God.
Percentage of his state is on fire, with the other parts riddled with machete-wielding maniacs, and that last part is just homeless people. But at least our tax dollars are focusing on the important things, like coddling a grown toddler's fragile ego. As I'm even wearing this Spencer for Governor shirt, almost as a joke, as this is the guy from that MTV reality show. But @SpencerPratt on IG is actually making a comeback, exposing all the shady things happening with the wildfire recovery around his LA home. It almost makes me forgive him for all the things he said about LC. Does that mean I watched The Hills as a kid? You can't prove that. But more importantly, do I think any of this qualifies him for elected office? Absolutely not. It's just at this point, we'd gladly accept a former teenage reality TV star over Governor Newsom, who just acts like he's...
And that's crazy.
A teenage reality TV star. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
I want that shirt, though, by the way. Spencer for Governor is crazy. Oh man. All right, let's do a quick YouTube scan. Let's see if there's any other news that popped up. We have any news? Oh, this was a year ago. Hacker detected. How did that happen? I don't see any other news that popped up. Do a refresh. Nope, we just have the Hunter Biden apologizes thing. What is this, 3 hours ago?
The New York Post just released a piece with your name in it. They called you Hassan's rival. I do have to say that I think that, actually, you know what? I probably shouldn't say this. I can say that.
He's going to say it. Oh, he's going to say it. But first, context. So in the last month, Hassan has gone through a generational run of puff pieces trying to restore his image in what he calls terrorist insurance.
I did times 100, which I like to call terrorism insurance. This will make the people that constantly cynically claim that I'm a terrorist look even dumber.
This is a music video, Hassan.
We think the Houthis on Salah is doing what Luffy would do.
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
Now his latest puff piece made by GQ magazine was such a complete
all right, get that out of here. Get that out of here.
An army of girls and gays, not to mention admiring looks and maxers, would
What country is Madison the capital of? Wisconsin?
Killed to be where I am now, next to Piker as he pants in a pair of neon shorts with black Calvin Klein boxers poking out and sunlight glinting off the sweat beaded on his chest hairs.
Definitely does not paint a positive view of the general public as someone who should be listened to about politics. You're wrong about that. Too woke syndrome. See, Asmongold said this article sucks. Well, Asmongold doesn't know how to fucking read. Why do you care about what his perspective is?
Just to be clear, at this point of the stream, Asmon didn't even mention the article once.
I am an experienced media personality. I have an understanding of how these things work. This is literally my professional job, and I'm telling you, my assessment of this is that this is a very good, very humanizing piece.
I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I can just say it. So a lot of people were like kind of saying how, you know, like Hassan, how Hassan has gotten a lot of like posts and everything, these articles written about him.
What does that say? Why have haters when your own community is so good at doing it already? It's his moderator. Only this community will see their favorite streamer get a major magazine article and go, actually, no, this sucks. You shouldn't like this and you shouldn't be happy.
And like other opportunities. Yeah, and everybody knows we're rep by the same agency. And like people have even been saying like, bro, like Hassan's agents are working overtime. I told them that. They appreciate the compliments. They do. They're like, thanks. They're seeing our hard work. And what does your agency do for you? Oh, it's real simple. It's basically just getting sponsorship. Do you never take? I haven't taken sponsorships. I pretty much just said nope. Then I was like, no, I just don't have time for this because of the shit with my dad, right? They never do any PR for you compared to Hassan though. Well, I would never ask. I don't ask for that. I mean, I'm in a position now where I don't really have to, you know, like try to go and get anything else.
I do. I'm asking right now. Get him the Rogan interview, you lazy bums. They're in the same city.
Get him the Rogan interview, you lazy bums. They're in the same city. Is crazy. That was 2 days ago. That's not news. It was 5 days ago. That's not recent enough. All right. Well, we can talk about what happened during the business meeting. As some of you know, that I do want to open my own tattoo studio and start streaming tattoos. I guess before that, let's do an ad break real quick. Let's run ads, and then we'll be right back after an ad break. So that way I only have 15 minutes to talk about it. It'll give me a little bit more time to talk about it so I can go into a bit more detail. So we'll BRB, guys. We're going to run some ads. Just hang out, and we'll talk about it. We'll be right back.
Oh,
182nd ad break starting. Thank you
Oh,
for
that's
sticking
funny.
around and supporting the channel.
I think we did. Loading. Just me freaking out. Are they not coming in now? I love that emote. I love it. Holes. Goals. Anyway. No, I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. You guys, what? What do you mean? I didn't. Well, I didn't say goals. I didn't say that. I said what a nice emote. I said what a nice emote.
So many
And
things
don't
I could put
forget
in my
to use
mouth.
that
There was
free
Tide
Prime
Pods,
sub
there
baby.
was 2 different coloured crystals, and that's about it.
Did you start with Tide Pods?
Yeah.
Fair enough. I would have went with the cupcakes.
But there was cupcakes. I didn't even realize.
Uh-oh. Oh God, Al. Why? Why? Help me, Tom Cruise. Help me, baby Jesus. Help. You guys done? No, one long cat. I love how the long cat starts it. Welcome to Hot Takes with Hero. Ludwig, who lost a bet with Iron Mouse, finally debuted their Vtuber model. And what did the community have to say? The community said we should gatekeep VTubing. And what I think we should do is maybe gatekeep your opinions to yourself and let others be creative instead of being an interaction farmer on Twitter. Stop it. Get some help.
How old are you? Are you here? Are you French? Are you French bread pizza? Are you applesauce? Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Are you far? Are you near? Where are you? Is this Brittany, bitch?
So yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Blair. Happy birthday to Blair. Happy birthday to Blair. Happy birthday to Blair.
Fresh, never frozen, Wendy's tilapia from the raft. Look how happy they are. See, look, they're so happy they changed color and they have grill marks on them. Look at how happy they are now. They're so happy. Mwah.
You set me on fire, you fucking asshole.
We're back. All right. Where was I? So, as some of you know, I want to open my own tattoo studio. And some of you who have been here a while know that my mother and I started a candle making business. And then we had to abruptly grind to a halt with that because she recently got sick and was diagnosed with cancer, and she beat it. So she beat her cancer. She has one more surgery that the doctors want to do. But now that she's beat it, she has brought up that she wants to get back into making candles and all that stuff again, because she must have enjoyed it. She must have had a good time, which is fair. That's fair view, fair sight on it. I devised a business plan that would allow us to operate a retail store that would give us an online store as well, and also open up a tattoo studio so that way we could live stream actual tattoos happening instead of having a rare occurrence where I tattoo on fake skin, which doesn't react the same at all for anything. So I devised a business plan, and everyone that was a part of the group, we all sat down, we went over the business plan, and I developed the business plan with the idea in mind that we wanted to procure a property. So this was also before I was told that there was going to be, that someone we knew in the family had a property that we're willing to rent for a very low price. So the business plan got shot down immediately, and it was not received very well. I was rather upset that all my work was just basically shit on. But with said property that was found, I started doing some work this morning where I revised the entire business plan for a small business, and I contacted the health board in my area and talked to the inspector. I also got in contact with the SBDC, which is Small Business Development Center in my area. I also started looking up different ways to procure different forms of financing, right? Because most people think that you write up a business plan, you take it to a bank, bank goes over business plan with you, boom, you get money. That's not quite how it works. There's a few more things that come into play with that. And the SBDC is a free program. I just had to sign up for a it's called a seminar, right? So I have to sign up for a seminar that's going to go through every single step on how to start a small business. And then it's going to basically just allow me to talk to a consultant. They'll go over my business plan. We'll talk about things that we could do. We'll also talk about things where we could possibly get other forms of financing. And that situation is the biggest hurdle for any small business. Is you either know someone who will invest. A lot of people go to friends and family who believe in them for the business to have an investment, or you will go to a bank, or you'll go to micro lenders or other forms and that such. So with that, I don't know any further thing because I've never technically opened a small business. I've helped businesses open, which the only businesses that I've ever helped open are other tattoo studios. I've helped build from the ground up, and now my hit rate is 2 out of 3 as far as tattoo studios come. We had the last one I worked at, we'll say allegedly, had a artist steal from the business. Then they took so much money that the business actually had to shut down because they weren't able to operate anymore or pay for licensing to operate in that county anymore, which was very upsetting for me and the other artists that worked there, as well as the owner, of course. That was our livelihood. That was like the only, that was the way we make money. It was the way we feed ourselves and pay our bills and such. So that kind of sent me into a depression. And then I started streaming after that to kind of alleviate my loneliness, because tattooing is a very social thing, and I got used to doing those social things, and it was a different social environment compared to retail or working in a factory or any other job that I've ever had, even like pizza delivery and stuff like that. It was just a totally different social environment where it's almost like a form of therapy for the person getting tattooed. And I liked doing cover-up tattoos for people who had like an ex's name on them, or they just had a bad tattoo that they wanted gone and they wanted to just move on from the past and have a better future. And I genuinely like helping people with that, with my art. I've actually done quite a few cover-ups where I didn't let them see it. I didn't let them watch what I was doing. And we did a reveal, and it was very emotional for them. And that made me feel very, very happy that I could help them move on like that. So I want to start my own business because, for those of you that don't know how the tattoo industry works, usually when you get hired at a shop, you have 2 options, depending on how new the shop or how long the shop's been running. Usually a shop that has been running for a while has 2 options when they hire a new artist. You can either pay a booth rent, where you rent a booth and you pay the rent once a month, just like a house or anything like that. And then anything you make after that is free and clear yours. The other option, usually when you start, since you are a new artist and they don't know you and they don't know how you work and they don't know how much you'll bring in, they want 50% of everything that you make. That can be a big kick in the pants at times. So basically, if I made $1,500, my boss made $1,500, right? And that kind of can kill some artists' drive to work really hard. And I would rather work for myself and keep 100% of the money rather than work for someone and give them 50% of my money. Because I've worked for almost 15 years in this industry, and I've worked my ass off to get my apprenticeship done, going to working at multiple shops to get the apprenticeship done. And now that it's over with and I'm full time, I don't want to give anyone that much of my money. I would rather pay a booth rent, but not a lot of shops who are startup shops can afford to do booth rent. They need to show a profit so that way they can break even after a couple years and start actually generating revenue overall. I am going to make this happen. Now, will we be streaming it right away? Probably not, right? So that is going to be a thing. I will be working on that in the coming months and in the future. All of your guys' support is amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I appreciate all the subscribers, everyone that has helped during our donathon when we had the issue during the winter where we had no water for 2 weeks and we had to redo our entire plumbing. You guys helped so much with that. So our next step though for content is we're niching down very hard. So we're doubling down into the occult stuff. We're going to be doubling down into, we'll probably do candle making streams where we'll maybe let chat vote on colors, scents. We'll probably make a candle called Chat's Candle, right? Where everyone will be involved from all platforms, everyone, not just purple team, green team, red team, everybody will be involved. We'll do polls. So we'll try to do polls for either in Discord or on Twitter or Chat's Candle. Because if we do polls here, I don't know if YouTube can. I think YouTube can do polls. So we'll probably try to do live polls so that way everyone can vote in the poll and be a part of that. So I know on Purple Team you can actually use channel points to do more votes, but what we'll let you do is if you go to Red Team or Green Team or any other platform that's having the poll and you want to vote again, then go ahead. But we will take all the votes total, and it's three platforms, right? So 2 of 3 will get the W. We might name it something else other than Chat's, like Chat's Candle or something. We'll pick some kind of name for it. And that will be like your guys' way of being a part of the business as well, right? I want to try to create more ways for you guys to be a part of the community even deeper than you are now with all the support that you give me. So I feel like that's my way of like giving back. Then you guys can actually order the candle, right? Maybe we'll do giveaways too, where you could win one or something. You know, you could win maybe a little care package of things that we'll have in the retail shop. We'll have merchandise, we'll have t-shirts, we'll have a bunch of other things there as well. They will be occult related, so you will have to keep that in mind. Some people have their own beliefs. That's why I'm a mage. I do magic. But the goal moving forward is in, I think, a week or so, we have meetings. And then I have the consultation in September for that. And then hopefully after the consultation, it'll be moving forward to procure funding. If you guys want to be a part of that, maybe we'll set a goal, but we do need a pretty substantial chunk to help with the startup, right? Maybe we'll do like because we'll need a streaming PC for the storefront. We'll need gear for that as well to make that happen. We'll just need different things there rather than where I'm at now, at my desk that I work from. We'll need more things. We'll need like lavalier mics. We'll need different cameras. So you guys will kind of get to see full body Hito. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if you guys are that lucky. You guys have already seen my hands, so that is what it is. But that is the goals moving forward. We are still in the Minecraft excuse me, we're still in the Minecraft hardcore event. So this entire month you guys get extra hero streams, right? You guys will be able to catch us live on that. Let me double check the times so that way we can give you the proper times for those days if you want to pop in, say hi for those. The times are, so Friday, tomorrow we'll start at 3 p.m. EST. Saturday is 1 p.m. EST, and Sunday is 1 p.m. EST as well. We are still alive. There is a massive extra life that's happening since we've lost like over half of the people in the event. So everyone is getting a second life in this. So make sure you guys tune in for that. And right now, let's double check everywhere. Can we do anything anywhere? All right, we can't do anything on green and red team. So we will say goodbye to red team and green team, and then purple team will send you somewhere to a friendo probably. So we just have to see who's online. So we will be doing that. I do appreciate each and every one of you for being here today and listening to me spout about the news and my views on the news. I appreciate you guys being here and chatting and just overall hanging out. I appreciate all of y'all. All y'all. All y'all are amazing. Purple team. Look like Blair's online. Nats is playing Peak. Ass Angel and Sniper are playing Outlast Trials. Where do we want to go? Do we want Outlast Trials? Do we want Resident Evil? Looks like it's gotten lost in Resident Evil. We can go make fun of Blair for Resident Evil. Yeah. So we're going to go to Blair on the purple team. Red team, green team. Until next time, y'all. Bye-bye. I'll see you later, Janae.